go. What is up? Thanks for stopping by. Replay gang, anybody that's going to be stopping by today. Last Call Podcast. This is number 4. Get into. All right. That's enough of that. Lower it just a little bit. Yes, welcome to Last Call Podcast. It is Hump Day. And we're going to see what's going on here. Even though we don't have that many in the bag, trying to do something a little bit different. It is October. I'm not really a celebratory sort of fellow, but I do like Halloween. And although I didn't nerd it up just yet, I mean, there were times I used to go crazy with Halloween. A lot for the kids, but of course a lot for myself. Kids as in the decorate the house, do the handing out the candies when I'm home, all that sort of stuff. You know, one thing I especially do is start watching a crate. Let's just face it, I try to watch scary movies all year round because I just like them. And, you know, perhaps later I'll go into why I like them so much and everything. But especially in October, I like to pick it up a little bit, you know. It gives me a chance to watch all the ones that I know aren't good, all the real corny ones, you know, ones that I wouldn't really watch during the year or even really give a chance. You know what I'm saying? So this is an opportunity for me to watch all that corny stuff and watch the classics over again, you know. I was thinking of going full nerd out and doing a top 10 list and whatnot. And top 10 lists for anything or lists for anything could be difficult, you know. You can't even get a top 5, whatever it is, rappers, hip-hop albums, whatever the deal is. You know, you got to go subgenres, break it down to this, that, the other, in my opinion, you know. So who's to say? This is going to be the only podcast I got on this month. Maybe next week I might do just zombie movies, something like that. But today I just wanted to go over some classics, you know, some of the things that I like. So if anybody wants to join me, I will slap that link in so you could jump in there if you wish. That would be real cool if somebody wants to chop it up a little bit. Otherwise, you're just going to hear me ramble. Where is that thing? Boom. I'll pin that over at the top over there. You know, still with the week, a lot of things going on or seem to be happening. I put out a couple videos, one about Janet Jackson, pretty well received. Some good feedback on that one. You know, some discussions outside, inside the chat about it and on other platforms too. You know, more development in Eric Adams' charges, right? Found out he may be, or at least allegedly, may be a little more corrupt than, you know, we thought originally. And that started to develop too, right? So I want to kind of stick to, you know, of course we could talk about anything, man. We could come up and feel like chatting it up for any particular reason, but just more or less to open the season with some Halloween stuff, more or less to get me in the mood to start talking about Halloween junk. And, I expect to do other platforms of people doing the same thing. So you might see me running around, popping up here and there. I try to spread out a little bit. As we continue here, I thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. I do ask that you like, share, subscribe, or as I have written down there, like, subscribe, and share. Either way, do all three if you feel like it. And I appreciate it. Yes, I try to grow this thing and do what I do. Hey, we got a visitor. Josephine, how are you? Thank you for stopping by. Doing a couple things here. As you could tell, I wouldn't normally do my current events. Like I said, I'm going to do some of those, maybe fuse it in. And, start off my Halloween season. But I'm not going all the way nerd out yet. Well, I guess I could say yet, because it's still a couple days in. But I don't know how much. I used to do stuff at work and, make sure the kids had half a haunted house to come to if they came over here, with the candies and stuff, like doing stuff like that. But it's and I'm not a big holiday for anything, reason. But I love Halloween. And I love the oldies. I love the classics. I love some of the corny stuff I wouldn't be watching. So even though I watch all year round, it's 30 days to intensify that. I got in a fight for watching what is it? I guess I'll tell this story now. I had a date not too long ago, and I wanted to watch, what the hell was it? What the hell is the Thing? Everybody see The Thing out there? And this person just made it unbearable. Asked why I was watching it again. I'm like, it's a classic. And then I had to suffer through the movie. I suffered through it anyway because, we decided to watch it. But it was worse because she made it a big deal of watching the movie again and, that sort of crap. But whatever. I don't know how long I'm going to be on here. I always try between 30 minutes and an hour. So, I know there's other podcasts coming up tonight. Mr. Lennon has his podcast happening. I want to sort of jump in on that and see what's going on too. So while it's Wednesday, I decided to jump on here at 6:30. I'm still experimenting with other times and stuff to see when's going to be a consistent time for me. It may never be a consistent time. So far, I've done a couple Tuesdays and Wednesdays, one Thursday, because I didn't want the week to pass by. So I wanted to jump on and do that. No. So let's go back to a couple things. Josephine, you want to jump on here and talk movies with me? Or you want to hear my boring rants about some of the classic movies that I like? It's going to be about all the stuff I like right now. Like I said, I know it's only the second. We got many more days to go, but so I'm looking at it. I might just have 3 or 4 of these this month. And I don't even know, towards the month gets a little busy, so I don't even know if I'm going to be able to jump on here. Although I tried to promise myself to do this weekly for now till it catches, Then we'll see how it goes. So fine. We will get into a couple things that I like in the Halloween season and sort of skip some of that current event stuff for now. Even though, it's what I like to do, but, sometimes it's good to take a break from a lot of that stuff, right? Am I right? All right. And I'm not going full nerd and, doing top 10 lists. I'm just going with some of the ones that I like right now. If somebody wants to jump on, it gets a little more intense and wants to, debate some of the movies, some of the greats and stuff like that, I am all for it. It's all about fun, whatever you like. I'll tell you right away, I don't like a lot of the new stuff. I don't know, it seems oversimplified these days, the things that are coming out, and a little more boring. So without me saying I'm gonna do this, let's just get right into it. Some of the stuff that I like. All right. And even in the background, you hear some themed music I selected. As I just said, I'm not going to nerd out for the holiday. Tell you some of the things to look for that I like. Gets me in the mood for the season. I'm not even going to go this far out for Christmas. It's crazy. Just Halloween does this for me. So let's talk classics. I got IMDb up in the background, as you see over there. Actually, let's just start with that one, because it's probably one of the oldest. So this is one that I do every year, right? Of course, you got to do this one. This is Return of the I already messed up. I messed up number one, man. Now Return, this is Night of the Living Dead. Now, if you're like me, and some of the things you follow down the rabbit hole and whatnot, like some of these movies. So Night of the Living Dead, it's like a pioneer movie. It's an original and it is a classic. And of course, you already know it's about zombies. I believe the one before that was probably the movie That Legend. What is the name of the one that they made this one? I Am Legend. Is that what the book was named? But it sort of had that zombie theme to it. There may have been a couple stories back in the days, maybe the early 60s, that danced around the zombie theme, but didn't quite explore it like Night of the Living Dead, right? And there's a lot of things with this movie too. Night of the Living Dead, a lot of firsts, like first black male protagonist, right? You can't really see him, but I think it's this gentleman over here. And there's a couple neat stories that come along with this also, right? If you don't know, there I am, jumped up on there. All right. So, of course, this one of the creators is George A. Romero. You'll hear his name all through, of course, the zombie genre, because anybody who had anything to do with it mimicked at least something from this first video. And if I didn't mention, it is from 1968. All right. And almost like a grassroots, or what they call guerrilla style shooting with this one, is they sort of escaped using or not using permits and things like that too. Actually, I'm going to tell you a little story that I found out about this. If you guys watch, anybody out there watch Tales from the Tour Bus, that is from Mike Judd, I believe is the gentleman's name. He is the creator of Beavis and Butthead, and like another dude that jumped on here reminded me of Office Space. He is the creator of that also. And I guess more recently, he did these Tales from the Tour Bus. And he has about 2 or 3 seasons, well, 2 that I definitely know of right now. In the first season, he concentrated on country music, all the tales, ins and out of all the groups of country, from being on tour and intertwining with each other as well, and how their stories relate. Well, season 2, Sorry, got some stuff going on. Season 2, he concentrated on funk, R&B funk, but more like the funk, I think it's labeled, right? And he concentrated more on the funk bands and all that. I'm telling you, let me speed this up a little bit so I'm not boring you guys telling you this. So there's part in it when he's George Clinton, you know, the atomic dog dude from George and the Parliament. That guy tells a story about taking a shortcut while he's on tour around Pennsylvania somewhere, right? This is about the time he started experimenting with drugs heavy, and he's taking the back roads, things like that too. He said he got to an area where his space was invaded and the car stopped, and he saw zombies and all this sort of stuff, and he freaked out so much that he ran away from it, left his car abandoned and ran from the area because he thought he was tripping on his drugs there. It turns out several years later, he finds out that he accidentally wandered on the set of George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead. But you got to think, it didn't look like a movie set because of the way that George Romero was filming it, with just a few cameras and then these people, of course, in makeup and stuff like that too. That they ran into the scene and they saw that. I thought that was a neat little story about two icons, a funk icon that I put up there, and also a horror icon. Those two worlds coming together in 1968. All right. So I'm not going to bore you with the details of this movie, but it's seriously, it's just one of those ones that I like to kick off the Halloween season with. And you could see even more recently, you know what, probably save this. I might make a top 10 list for zombie movies. Zombie movies might deserve their own little day or their own little night to be able to do that. So let me hang on to the zombie movies, but I will name a couple while we're on the zombie. I know we're doing older classics right now, but I want to honorable mention a couple while we're on there, right? So Night of the Living Dead, from the beginning, so many lines, so many quotations, like "they're coming to get you, Barbara," and the movies that came from that, and even more recently, the Walking Dead series that it became The Walking Dead itself. And some of the other things, if you had Fear of the Walking Dead too. One of my favorites that I know I got to stop talking zombies after this, but one of my favorites that will definitely be on the list, Shaun of the Dead. You know, it's mocking the zombie genre, you know, does a good job doing that. And definitely one of my favorites. But as I said, I'm going to save that one too. I'm just going through some of my favorites. Maybe we'll be here for about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. Let's aim for 45 minutes to get some movies out. Anybody wants to call or tap in and chill, they could do that too. Otherwise, I'm going to start talking about the movies and the classics that I love. All right. So, yes, that is Night of the Living Dead. I was just going to keep this kind of background up there on IMDb, you know, because I wanted to talk about that a little bit. I didn't really plan on having a whole bunch of scenery and everything for you guys. I was just basically going to talk about some of the movies I like. So this is definitely one of the movies I watch. I watch the black and white one, and then I don't want to say recently, but you know, recently enough, they came out with Night of the Living Dead in color. I'll be damned if I watch both. Just like Christmas time, if I'm going to watch A Christmas Carol, I'd probably watch it in black and white and watch it in color too. That's one of my other favorites. Another one that I have to watch during the season is, I might as well put it in there. The Exorcist. I got to watch The Exorcist. Some people say scary. Some people say not so scary. Get out of there, advertising. I love this one. I love the story it tells. You know, we're in the age where we see everything, special effects. One thing has to outdo another thing. All right, great. What do you do? And we've lost storytelling, right? This tells a great story, has great believable actors. Even there's a movie I don't incredibly care for, which is Rosemary's Baby. I hear they're making a sequel or it's coming out or whatever, but you could still appreciate the writing in there. You could still appreciate the acting and everything too, right? In there. I like this Exorcist, and again, there's many. We could actually just pick probably one of these movies I like tonight, and talk about all the sequels. Because every one of those, I said Night of the Living Dead, you'll get Dawn of the Dead, you'll get Day of the Dead, then you'll get them remade. A couple of them still remade with George A. Romero, which is pretty neat too, or at least his blessing while he was still alive. You would get his partner, whose name that skips me right now, who will make the return of the Living Dead story. And there's a little bit of a neat story behind that, background behind that. Both of them legally couldn't agree on the names they wanted to proceed with. So George got The Dead, called the Dead series. So that's Night of the Living Dead, Day of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead, This of the Dead, That of the Dead. And his partner got Return of the Living Dead. And his stuff would be called Living Dead, which he came up with his sequel, Return of the Living Dead, I think in 1983. A nice punk horror comedy type thing, which would probably be one of my choices outside of this. But as I said, we're sticking to the classics right now. So that's exactly what we are going to do. So second choice here is The Exorcist. It's just a good movie. If you really, you don't just put it on and you're talking and you're doing all of that stuff. It's a pleasant movie to just sit through and kind of take the ride. Apparently, like a lot of these movies, there's a Exorcist curse of some of the cast members and things that have gone along with the making of that movie. I don't really believe all that, They say that with Poltergeist also, that it was a lot of troubles on set and eerie stuff. Maybe that was more for marketing. But even though the mother is supposedly a movie star in this story, it still feels very real relationship between the mother and daughter, and the slow possession that happens. In fact, they re-released this, I think it was a 30-year anniversary, where they included the scene of Regan, Linda Blair's character, crab walking backwards down the stairs there. They put that in 20 or 30 years after because they didn't want to rush the plot too much and it was too scary. Hang on for 1 second. I'm gonna take that up. So I like the way The Exorcist kind of just lays out the story for you. And some of the scenes, you got a couple of the jump scares in there. You see some of the things in the background. There's a crab walk that they added in. But I really think for this movie, it's the acting that pushes it over. It makes it a little more enjoyable. And you could sit down and go along with the story with this also. Everybody's troubled in it. If I had favorite characters beside Regan and her acting, I forgot how old she is in there. And quick side note, if you didn't know this about Linda Blair, the actress that played that girl, apparently, I'm going to relate every horror movie to funk or R&B. Apparently she went out with Rick James back in the day. If you could believe that. Linda Blair and Rick James went out. I guess you kind of could believe it. And I don't even want to go through the whole business of it and everything, but apparently she unalived a baby for Rick James, which prompted him to make the song Cold Blooded, which is a song I always used to love and play because it was just different. And it's pretty neat when I read that. That's also in his autobiography. You can check that out. So obviously, it being Rick James, it's a pretty good read also, right? Um, so other than that, in The Exorcist, my favorite character besides Regan, I like the priest. I love the trouble priest. Oh, there he is, right there, because it shows you even with the profession, with a pillar of how these guys are supposed to act. They still have their personal turmoil and within their own lives. Like he had to take care of his mother, and he was very guilt ridden for not having the money and having to put her through the home as well. He had to go through that, and it was a very well rounded film, I thought, and I really liked that. Right? Yeah, no particular order here, one that I like more than another, but just putting some stuff in that I'm definitely going to check out today and forward. Whoops. That's what I want right there. Another one that I definitely check out every year, or let's just face it, every once in a while when I feel like it. The Thing, the original Thing. Things that I forget every time the movie goes, though. So I said a few things about the zombie genre and Night of the Living Dead, also The Exorcist, and they've all had sequels made. Also, no, I didn't see the new one, The Exorcist Believer, the new one that just came out. There's a lot of sequels and rebooting that I always regret watching, because they don't put what they should into it. Doesn't seem like they put the thought that they should into it, and it just ends up to be, a losing effort in there. And I don't know. To me, it just looks a lot more like a cash grab when they do that, because they keep the integrity out. And I know as a fan, you want everything to be closer to what made you fall in love with the damn movie in the first place. And I don't know. I don't know who's working on these things, but they always seem to be missing the point, right? I was talking to this one guy, talking about the sequels of The Exorcist, and he's telling me how much he loves the second one. And I had to tell him, he's a younger dude, so he didn't know. It's like 2 is good, but it's not even considered to be in the trope of The Exorcist, because they sort of skipped that one. They brought nothing over from it. But as a standalone movie, it's pretty good. Number 3, the third Exorcist, is actually the recognized sequel for the first, just in case you didn't know that, because it is made from the book, right? All right, so let's hop back over here to The Thing. I like The Thing. Again, a lot of these movies, I like the pacing of these movies. It's not a rush, in your face sort of deal. It's takes its time, fleshes out the plot. You get to know the characters. You get to know the environment. I like some of the movies that they call campy movies. These are the movies that you could, you got your snacks, to roll up in a blanket, and all you're doing is dark room, focusing on that flat screen TV. You want to be absorbed in that world and whatnot. The fact that this place is isolated. So, good horror. Maybe later we'll go through some of the traits that make a good horror movie, but isolation is always a neat one. If you notice, they got to cut off lines of communication. They got to be isolated somewhere where other people can't get to so easily. That too. It's got to be turmoil. You got to turn non-believers into believers to be on the same page. And I had mentioned there are different types of horror movies, of course. Ones like this. What do you call these? The religious ones, right? Then you got the zombie ones, then you have the camping ones. Even, you got your archetype. Maybe dumb blonde in there. You got your jock. You got your smart person. The this, that. You have the slutty chick in there too. You got the brave guy, the not so brave guy, the outcast. They all have to get together to get out of whatever predicament it is that they got into in the first place, right? But a lot of reasons why I like this. Even it being, I gotta remember what year this came out, 70 or 82, huh? But, Carpenter, maybe I'm thinking his Halloween series was in the 70s for sure. But this one was 82. I always thought it was a 70s movie. I don't know why. Maybe I did think it was 70s. I don't know. The practical effects weren't even great, but according to that time, they were great. And some of the things that they did, like when the head splits off or falls down the table, when the dog mutates or anybody mutates, you saw some neat things happening there, which I think is actually happening on the screen right now. All right. So I like all of that. One of the scenes that I like the most, a couple of scenes that I like, but one of the ones I like the most, and I wish there's a time I wish I knew the characters' names and stuff when I did this, but I guess 2/3 in, when they have the characters tied to the chair and they're testing the blood. Man, I want to, you know what? I do have time here, so it's not I always think this is a presentation where should have been ready before, but I could actually do it while I'm talking to you. Let's see if the scene comes up. The thing. Test scene. Let's see if it comes up. Okay, I think it will come up. This is going to be nice. Hang on. Now I got to share this one. Turn it up. Hopefully this is the scene.
We're going to draw a little bit of everybody's blood. We're going to find out who's the thing.
The thing? He said it.
Maybe every part of him was a whole. Every little piece was an individual animal with a built-in desire to protect its own life. You see, when a man bleeds, it's just tissue.
Kurt Russell.
Things won't obey when it's attacked.
Damn, I've never seen this so clear.
We try and survive. Crawl away from a hot needles.
All right, it's 5 minutes. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I just want to get to the scene. There's 2 parts to it.
Put that on and watch them.
And when the old man freaks the hell out.
You were the only one that could have got to that blood. We'll do you last. This is pure nonsense. This doesn't prove a thing. I thought you'd feel that way, Gary. You were the only one that could have got to that blood. We'll do you last.
I don't know how much you could show with this on here. I definitely don't want to get blocked or striked. I just want to get to one of my favorite parts over here. Which, who the hell knows? Oh. All right, I don't want to get flagged or however it works. Obviously, I'm a newbie at this. And not a good way to start, I guess. So let me click it back to the other. But one of the things I like when they're all tied up there and dude just freaks out. He starts off real calm. Would you get me off this effing thing? It freaks out on the whole thing, on the whole operation. So regardless, this is one of the movies that I absolutely love. The Thing. Could go for another movie. Holy crap, it's over half an hour. It felt like 15 minutes already. I want to at least hit 10 movies of suggestions, so I'm going to move it along over here too. I'm going to need to plug in my laptop, so hang on for 1 second. I'm just walking to the wall and walking back. I even got some nerd Halloween music for you, so hang on. All right. So that was the thing. You know what my next one's gonna be. It may not be. It's about as old as the other one, if I'm not mistaken. This one's an 82, which we found out. I just thought it was older. But the next one, Nightmare. Oh, you know what? As I look forward, Nightmare on Elm Street. So the other one was 1982. The thing was 1982. Nightmare on Elm Street is 1984. So before we jump over there, it's amazing that I'm actually seeing A Nightmare Before Christmas, which is Tim Burton. I want to jump on that for a quick second. Tim Burton, because I've been reading a couple things about Tim Burton where some in the media are calling this guy racist because of some of his casting decisions. I would really like to know what people think about this out there. I haven't done a full search on the whole subject. I tried to find a couple articles. I'll tell you what I found in just about a minute, right? So apparently, like a lot of directors or anybody in Hollywood, really, it seems like they're getting pressure, or at least just questions about a lot of their casting decisions. Why isn't it more versatile? Why isn't there more diversity? Which in a lot of cases is a good question to ask, in just about every field. Are the demographics properly represented in there and everything too? I'd say sometimes it fits. Maybe what a director might think is the proper demographic and stuff, but they have to also remember that they are selling a product and they want to appeal to larger audiences. What I get from Tim Burton is that he's not really concerned with that. And I haven't seen a lot of things have been pointed out with this article. I don't know where it went, but I definitely wanted to remember to have it prepared. So people were asking him why there's not more representation, particularly black representation in his films, I think. The only thing I didn't like about his response, which was part of it, was I don't look for a whole lot of white people in blaxploitation films and stuff like that, which is pretty much a false equivalency, right? If somebody's asking you that question and your go-to is blaxploitation to represent the black experience, well, already your reasoning is flawed from where you're starting. That's why we call it a false equivalency. There are many others that are just not like that. Although he could just be making the obvious point that it's not needed, it's not really required at that time. Which is fine. Not all movies are for everybody, but when people are asking you that question, you want a serious answer to it. Now, I haven't seen anything saying that he won't, but also a lot of comments and stuff say, well, remember, he casted a lot of black people. Like if you go back to Batman, he casted Harvey Dent. There were a few names that the article had mentioned as well, that he has casted black people, but he hasn't casted a black lead, I believe, which is Samuel L. Jackson, until a 2016 film. And I don't know, obviously some stories require certain types of casting. Not all stories really require all types of diversity to be there if you're telling a story too. But if you're going out of your way to not cast a certain, and of course, in the age of canceling and stuff like that, people were asking, do we cancel dude? How do how do we continue to watch this dude? But yo, DC, defrauding charlatans in the house. Thank you for coming, man. We're just talking some horror, of course, and some of the things here too. I thought you meant, oh shoot, you are different zoning. That's cool. You want to jump up here? I'm just going through some of the classics. I only made it past a couple so far. I mentioned, which one did I start with? Night of the Living Dead. And the second one was The Exorcist. And I kind of just started to get to A Nightmare on Elm Street. But I wonder if you heard anything about Tim Burton and his lack of casting. All right, let me save this question because I want you to hear it. And let me make sure the thingamajig is there. And ladies and gentlemen, we are lucky here tonight. We got a longtime streamer and YouTube friend over here, Defrauding. Well, he's going to talk more about. I want him to tell you about what he does on his channel, some of the creative things that he's doing too. Things I hope to be part of again as he starts up and continues this month, right? Some stories and all that. We're going to give him a minute to jump up here. And definitely a person you want around for Halloween. You know, I don't want to jump the gun and start getting into his page and stuff, but definitely if he wants to throw his stuff on there at the beginning or the end, I would be more than welcome to for him to talk about what he does. Hear that? I even got the background music for you. I said I would just go short of nerding it up tonight. That tonight is just the introduction. So I'm going to, I guess I'll just keep talking about A Nightmare on Elm Street. Kind of just popped it up there for a second. And if you are hearing me, defrauding charlatans, all I'm doing is bringing up some of the classics, some of the things that I like. I figured every night probably be something different, like a whole zombie night could take a night. The cannibal things could probably just take a whole other podcast itself, and so on and so on, right? So I just decided to put some up that kind of get me, well, not even some of the originals going back. So like, I guess if you start off with Night of the Living Dead, that one came out in 1968, all the way back in 1968. And then the one after that was 1982 with The Thing. I have to watch those every year. Actually, sometimes I have to stop myself from watching it during the year if there's nothing on, so that I could enjoy it a little more on Halloween. And made it all the way to, what did we say, guys? 1984, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Now this one, I guess I could say I saw The Exorcist more as an adult. Even maybe I saw, a lot of these movies when you're younger, you see it and stuff, and you don't really get it. It took me till I was a little older to go back and watch a lot of these movies to really get it. And, The Exorcist was that for me to really enjoy it. And especially The Thing too. When you're younger, you see a lot of the jumping out and a lot of the special effects are like, hey, that's cool, but you're not really getting the story of it like that, right? Um, Nightmare on Elm Street had a effect as a kid. I mean, sleeping with the light on effect. All right. For a while when I was a kid. There were a lot of things with that one. My parents didn't really care about watching scary movies with us around and stuff. It was movie nights, and my dad was one that really liked these scary movies a lot. So oh man, that would be cool too. So he used to watch a lot of that stuff too. And of course, you always act tough trying to go to bed like that didn't bother you. But holy cow, talk about as a kid checking under the bed, flashlight, light on, all that sort of stuff. I don't think, again, I don't even think I was really a teenager when this came out. No, I wasn't. But it still scared the crap out of me. Number one, because Freddy was just all right. So I don't really expect to do a synopsis on a lot of these movies because there's no spoiler alert or anything. It's been out forever. So if you didn't see it, you just got to go see it. And you got to take my word that it's worth even mentioning it today too, right? Because these are the classics, man. So there it is in the background, I see. So for so many reasons, this was just a movie where it's just like, shit, yeah, no sleep for me. Again, we were talking about campy movies, so you could sit back and kind of go for the ride. This one's a little more in-your-face terror than the other ones. Just the way that Freddy looks, he's burnt. He's got supernatural powers. The very fact that all right, so try to go to sleep and he haunts you in your dreams. I think that was one of the things. I want to try to think if I knew that concept when I was younger, which I think I did. I think I knew that concept of he will haunt you in your dreams, and that scared the shit out of me back then too. Uh-oh, we have a visitor. Let's see if I could do this without hanging up on anybody.
Yo, what's good? What's good?
What is up?
Nothing much.
I got sound effects.
I see you.
What's up, man? Thank you so much for checking me out.
Man, definitely. I got your message while I was out and about, and then I was like, dang, I'm still going to be out by that time. But I was like, I can't miss this because somebody's finally, hitting up a subject that I like. So
yeah.
I was like, let me hurry up and get on here.
Yeah, man. Thought about you definitely. I was like, you know what? And then I thought about doing this. I know it's only, October the 2nd, but I'm like, I love Halloween, dude. And it's I don't think I'm going to go full nerd this year, stuff that we used to do. But I was like, let me do a couple things. The least I could do is probably go through a few movies right now. So I don't know if you heard a couple of the things that I was saying, and even if you want to throw your input in there. But I figured, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this next week or whatever. But obviously, if I'm doing this at least once a week, I'm only really going to get 4 chances to talk about Halloween or have some sort of Halloween stuff.
I see.
And there's so many things you could do with Halloween, right? Like,
right.
I wanted to jump on and be like, talk about zombies. Zombies could be a whole podcast. You know what I'm saying? Like just zombie movies themselves and ranking them and everything. So I'm like, let me just open the door up a little bit and just talk about some of the classics, some of the things, some of your must watches of the month that you're like, you probably wouldn't watch any other time, but you're like, I'll watch it in October.
Well, see, I'm a horror guy, so I watch horror movies all year round, every day, 365, 24/7. So it's like no matter what, I'm always watching something. But when you talk about zombies, zombies is its own thing. Like there's some colleges that have it in their curriculum to talk about zombies and its effect on pop culture. As a matter of fact, they talk about how horror has an effect on pop culture.
Okay.
Yep.
So what are some of your go-tos this month? Even though it's year round, is there something that you specifically put aside to be like definitely a night of this?
Well, for me, when it comes to Halloween and stuff like that, I try to make sure that I watch Nightmare Before Christmas. That's definitely on my list. I know that Tim Burton has a problem where he doesn't like really cast any of us like at all.
Yeah.
That was something that I didn't realize when I was growing up. But you know, I had to learn that a lot of horror does not cast us. Like, and when they do cast us, we're always one of the first ones to die and stuff like that. A lot of times the writers don't really know how to write and connect with our character story arc. So then
it's
they
very
end up
stereotypical. Yeah.
So I feel like that is one of the reasons why we are missing from horror movies. And like, there was actually a documentary about African American filmmakers talking about us and why we're not in horror, and how we used to be the villain in the very first horror movie, or what would be a horror to us, Birth of a Nation. So it's kind of like, you know, with that being said, you know, we were always casted as the villain or the bad guy at one point in time.
Yeah.
So that was one of the things. But I mean, for me, like I said, I try to hit Beetlejuice during this month. I definitely try to hit, let me see, what else am I hitting? Have you ever heard of Sweeney Todd before?
Yeah, of course.
Barber, yeah, I watched that. This is also a month of me watching very new horrors and stuff that just recently came out.
Okay.
So, like, it was. I think there's a thing called the Cabinet of Iniquities, I believe, maybe, or something like that.
Vaguely familiar.
Yes, it's a new horror that came out last year, and I've just been like slowly watching them because I like to slow it down and watch them at good times, so I'm able to take in the full ramifications.
Yes.
Of the story.
Yes.
Story is really important to me, so it's kind of like a lot of times I don't just watch the movie to actually see what they're doing on screen, but I watch the movie to feel what's going on in the story. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And feel
because you definitely want to go for the ride too. You know, you want to be taken along, even if it's obvious kind of what happens at the end. You still want to kind of play one of the characters and go along this journey, because most of the time it's a fight for survival.
Yeah.
Right. And I like that kind of stuff too, man. And with the black characters, it's tough because, you know, maybe it's a case. You know, you like to give a little bit of the benefit of the doubt that maybe it's not so intentionally racist, that this is, and they just might not know any better. Like, this is their portrayal of us, you know, in a lot of things. So of course it's going to leak over to horror movies as well, right?
Yes.
And it kind of sucks, but we're seeing some of the changes as well. Obviously you like Tim Burton, so he's in some of your top movies that you mentioned there before, you know.
Right.
I don't think anything is particularly wrong with that, but maybe being aware. It was just more of his response to it. Like, I don't know if you read one of the articles where he said something like, I don't expect to see, paraphrasing, of course, I don't expect to see a lot of white faces in blaxploitation films, you know. And it's kind of making that false equivalency where it's like, hey, dude, you know, we do a little bit more than that, you know, sort of deal too.
Right.
So yeah, it definitely. I like all those ones that you're talking about. Did you get into the sequel of Beetlejuice? Did you see that?
No, I haven't seen it yet. That is on my list of things to watch. I try to catch those kind of ones with my wife because my wife is also a fan of horror as well. So like, I kind of be waiting on her. Like, if it wasn't for me waiting on her, I would have already seen it by now. Like Beetlejuice is definitely one of my favorites. I'll say that these kind of horror movies are kind of like my goofy favorites, like the ones that I wouldn't say is actually scary, but I actually like the theme and I like the little story behind it. But like, if we want to talk about like real horror to me and stuff that I really like, it's things like.
Before we do, hold on. Before you drop that, I'll drop off one of my goofy ones that I gotta watch every year. Is The Burbs with Tom Hanks, man.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
I love that movie. I would put that, even though it's not as a lot of things like Beetlejuice in there with the effects and this, that, the other. it's one of those stories that it takes you for a fun little ride too, and funny characters. Outside of Tom Hanks' serious characters, The Burbs is the one that does it for me, man.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right, let me hear some of your other list of the real ones that you get into.
So like when we get into like the more serious horror, I would say I kind of like the Exorcist type movies. So I like Exorcist of Emily Rose.
The Exorcism of Emily Rose. I think that's such a great movie, man. Like just well written, well paced, like not too much stuff. And yeah, love that movie. Right.
The Bird Box series, where they did what is it, the Lovecraftian horror, where you never got a chance to see the monster, but people were affected by it. Love it.
Yes.
That's on my watch.
I think I only saw 2 of those.
Yeah. I think there is. So, I didn't see the second one yet. I only seen the first one.
No, there's like 3 or 4 now. Definitely 3. Yeah. I think there's 3. Going. And then like a prequel-ish type of one in the series. Yeah.
Okay. I got to get on that. There's another one. You know, like the Nun comes from this particular series. I'm trying to think of what the name of the series is.
Is the Conjuring series?
Yeah, it's the Conjuring series. So like the Conjuring 2, I think it was, and Conjuring 1 was with Bathsheba, I think was the first one where they were doing like the witch or whatever, and she was hanging above the tree. Like those kind of ones, the Conjuring 1 and 2, Insidious 1 and 2, things like that, I'll definitely watch. I think that those were well-paced stories. I think that some of the tropes that they did was interesting, and I can't really say new, but it was something different as far as the Nun being a devil or a demon. They played it out to be Valak, so I thought that was really cool. I was like, oh man, I ain't never seen nothing like that before.
They definitely did a deep dive into those movies that I don't think has been seen, or maybe there was a resurgence of it, you know, after the exorcism and doing some of these religious movies kind of went into that, and it was fun for a little bit. But it definitely seems like they kind of went all in on those types of movies, being the Nun and the Witch, and concentrating on that sort of stuff too, man.
Yeah, I feel like they went too far with the Nun. They should have left it where it was at. Like when she was in Conjuring 2 and she did the little thing where she walked through the hallway, right? And then they saw the Nun walk through the hallway. That scene in itself was scary. Without having to jump, without having to scare you or anything else like that. Just imagine some tall demonic figure in your hallway dressed as a nun walks across the hall through into another room. That by itself was great. Loved
that. That scene reminds me of The Exorcist. And I'm pretty sure they're paying homage to it. The Exorcist, the third one, where the nun walks across the hall the same way, but then right behind her is a jump scare of the person with the large scissors.
Right, you know I remember that. That was The Exorcist 3, I believe, right?
Was that 3? Yeah, that was 3, man. 3. And holy shit, that was a jump scare, dude. That was just like, whoa, it was all quiet in the facility, whatever it is, the hospital. You know, the nurse is checking her papers across the hall. Then all of a sudden,
right. Like they did pay homage to that scene. You're absolutely right. I forgot that was a thing. The only difference they did with it is that they didn't go there with it. When she went into the room and the guy looked at the painting or whatever, and then man, that painting scene was legit. I like that. Like the way that they did it, I thought that was perfect. Like the nun shadow walks through the room and they watch and trail the shadow all the way up to the portrait. Man, that was cold. I was like, that's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Annabelle creation story is another one that's on my must-watch list for October. The Annabelle creation story I thought was really good. I thought they did that well. I think that was the best one that they had Annabelle in so far. I can't
really
another one that was better than that one. Yeah, to me that was the best one so far. I don't know if I like the other Annabelles like that.
I kind of avoided that.
Oh, you avoided the creation?
Just because I thought I put a cap on the Conjuring series itself. Because I was like, I liked it, I didn't love it. And then
I get what you mean.
You do have to separate some of the official sequels from the ones like the student made ones, just they threw up there.
Yeah.
The effects are bad, the story is bad. So there was a time where I was just like, shit, dude, like they're not even trying here. So yeah, I put a stop on some of those, the newer ones, because I didn't know. It's like if I were to get into the whole comic world, the whole Marvel universe, I don't know what goes where after a certain while, and I'm just like, all right, well, I like Spider-Man.
You know what's crazy when we talk about horror movies that you wouldn't expect to have a horror theme in it? I think that Doctor Strange movie where he was moving through the multiverse.
Okay.
You really had to think about it. That could fall into the horror category. The way that Scarlet Witch was behaving and the way that she was using her powers in that particular movie, dang. Like that to me had the horror element down for Marvel.
I think you're absolutely right. When I remember back in the day, they used to play Spider-Man reruns, the cartoon Spider-Man from the 60s. They used to play that through the 70s, through the 80s, and even through the 90s. And I remember sometimes being home from school, if I went like early in the morning, like at 6 in the morning, if I was getting ready going to school, they would play that. I don't know if you ever went back to look at that Spider-Man, but very quickly from the first season, it starts getting into some outer worldly stuff.
Yes.
Right. And it has different creatures and I would say the same thing, very horror themed episodes of those too. So yeah, I think a lot of those things. So when you say that, a couple movies come to mind that I don't really think that surprised me. I'll just say it: Pan's Labyrinth. Hey, you know that movie, Guillermo del Toro? So much like that, I didn't know what to expect when I went. I actually saw that in the theater, and I was actually dragged there by friends. So I was like, sit down, watch this. But it turns from when the guy hits the other soldier with the bottle, and then from there it gets into some mystical creatures, into a story and shit. And of course, it's Guillermo del Toro, which it was just fascinating to me. And it may not be your typical horror, but of course it has a lot of those elements into it as well. Maybe a little more mystery, but I would put it there borderlining on horror as well.
Now, see, when you mentioned that one, I got one for you too. My wife loves the movie Coraline. So I finally sat down and watched Coraline with her, like when we first got together. And I was watching the movie and I was like, wow, when the world changed and everything shifted, I was like, oh, this is a horror. I was like, I see what this is. I was like, this is wild. That was a wild trip for me because I was like, man, that was really creepy. And the way that they switched it on us like that was wild. And I was like, you know what? We could really do something with that. I was like, if that was to be written into a more of an adult fashion, I was like, that movie would be nice.
This is the cartoon, right? Animation?
Yes, Coraline.
Huh. Okay. I kind of saw little bits about it, but of course, I thought it was some kids thing that I just didn't really bother with.
Check it out. Try it out. See what I'm talking about. Watch how the twist comes in. And then there was a black version of it that was recently made. It wasn't called Coraline. It was called something else, but the girl had the ability to bring different things back to life or something like that.
Huh.
And I'm going to have that name of the movie for you the very next time that we talk about that. Okay. It was very Tim Burton-esque, but it was like a black cast of characters. And I thought that was really cool.
Why did they decide to do that?
I think the creator was black.
Okay.
So I think the creator of that particular story was black. There's been an insurgence of us trying to get into horror. And I really do think that that's a great idea. And that's one of the reasons why I was trying to write horror. That's why I go that direction. Is because it's like, it's not a lot of us in it, right? Not a lot of us in that field and in that avenue. So when we saw Get Out, for instance, that was one of the ones that's on this month's watch list. I think that was a classic. That was a breakthrough. Absolutely. That was a very strong breakthrough.
So hold on. Back up for just a second over here before we start talking about, there it is over here. So Defrauding Charlatans, part of the sector where I'm on the outskirts of that. I just want people to know exactly actually what your channel is and what you do, even if you want to share the screen and take people through it, I'd be okay with that also, you know.
Oh, I could probably just explain it. You can show it.
Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead.
So for me, I write horror as well over on my channel, and I like to write psychological horrors. So I try to model my writing and my different stories after, I would say, more of a Twilight Zone type of feeling to it. I like psychological horrors mostly. Those are the ones that I can say I watch year round. That's not just an October thing for me. So anytime that there's like a psychological thriller that comes out, I'm definitely watching it. And Rod Sterling is actually one of my favorite writers because of his Twilight Zone series. And I love the fact that do you know why that started?
No.
So he started that series after he saw the story of Emmett Till and what happened to Emmett Till.
Oh shit.
So he began to write the Twilight Zone to show the horrors of mankind and the different flaws of our psychology. He just couldn't wrap his mind around how psychologically people accepted what happened there. That was from his race. And I really thought that was really interesting. And that made me
know about him. He was I wouldn't say very involved, but he was outspoken at the time of the civil rights movement also. So that lines right up with I guess a lot of his philosophies.
Right. Which is crazy. I didn't know that about him at the time when I first started watching the Twilight Zone. And that was one of the times where I saw Black characters involved in a show. And during his time frame of when he was making that show, that was unheard of to see Black characters on screen with white people. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the Twilight Zone episodes where we saw that at was a episode where they made a boxing robot. And what happened was the boxing robot entertainment industry took over. People didn't want to see real boxers fight anymore. They just wanted to see robots do it. One day they got a robot that wasn't working very well. They couldn't do anything with it. So then a man decided to get in there and fight the machine. And there's a lot of deep subtleties in there. And a lot of that stuff we see come into life today. I don't want to ruin it for anybody in case they want to go check that one out. I'll have the name of that episode as well in the future. But I really thought that was a great episode, and I really thought that was deep. And I thought the Twilight Zone itself, it was before its time. It's like a lot of these things that are coming out now in our world and in our society and in our social politics, it was all in the Twilight Zone like 30, 40 years ago, right?
Yes.
And it's just not coming out now. So it's crazy that he had that amount of foresight about the psychology of human beings and where they're probably going, like what their trajectory is.
I think I read that there's like two things he used to do. So one used to kind of bank on the psychology of like humankind, of mankind, and he was really affected by the wars that went on as well. A lot of the stories that went on with that. So I remember one about the aliens, the perception of the aliens. And how quickly the unity of the street disbanded at the thought of these aliens, coming by. And I think the message of that was, that we're not as close knit as we think until there's another opposing threat,
right?
Towards us too, which is interesting, man. Yeah, definitely ahead. Beautiful Bernice, what's up?
Hey, beautiful Bernice, what's up?
Talking horror movies. two horror nerds talking about it. So definitely, I saw that you put some radio shows down. Now, I used to love these old vintage broadcasts, and I put a couple down where I actually bought like a 30 episode box set of these things as well. I think it's called the Vintage Horror. Half of them are from Vincent Price, called The Price of Fear. The rest are called The Sealed Book and stuff like that too. But even as you mentioned, because I think the Twilight Zone, I think it started as a radio show also. All those things did until they were converted, over to, because obviously television would become more popular at the time too, right? But the one that makes the distinction for that is definitely societal questions that it would attempt to answer in there too. So I think that's what Rod Serling probably did best with his work, which is really cool, man. So yeah, I 100% agree with that too. Looks like we lost. Did we lose you? You were coming up with some good ones. Hope you come back on to give us some more of your list in a little bit. But so we matched on a couple of the movies and everything that we have. I wanted to turn it over to, a couple. Beautiful Bernice, what do you got? What's your favorite one? We may have already mentioned it. We were trying to go through some classics. And you know what? Actually, while he's gone, if he doesn't come back, I know the I know what he was talking about. Horror noir. I actually do have it on my list, and I want to. Oh, I heard a sound. Let's see where I get in there. All right, there you are, coming back. We're just talking about some of the movies that we agreed on. But one thing, just before you get back into it there, as you can see here, I already have this on my list. I just didn't get to it yet. What we were talking about before of Black people and their experiences in the horror cinematic universe here as well.
Right.
I think you were talking. This is the one you were talking about, right?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. So to actually today, probably tonight will be a good time to get into this.
Yes.
And really see what they're saying about it. But yeah, I definitely saw that, and I guess I could start my month off watching that one. Getting in there. So we were getting in there too. Did you have one, Beautiful Bernice? Well, I'm going to turn it back over to Defrauding Charlatans, who was talking about his channel a little bit. And go ahead.
Oh, is she there?
She may have. Nope. She was, but maybe stepped away for a little bit.
Oh, okay. No problem. Let me slide over to the comments real quick just so I can see them. Okay, I can see them. There we go. So, what I was gonna say is psychological thrillers. That's always been my thing. I kind of like to put in a religious aspect into my horror as well. Right now, I write about what I know, so I stick very close to like the Catholic religion, Baptist religion, Lutheran, stuff like that. Things that fall underneath different denominations of Christians. I try to stick with that, and then I'm branching out into other religions as I go on, as far as our superstitions and stuff like that, and our beliefs about horror. So that's why you see a lot of times I put in stuff like 3 a.m. I put in about the 3 knocks at night, different little things like that come up in different Catholic beliefs.
Okay.
And about the dangers of different times throughout the day.
And why horror movies? Why not the fantasy or science fiction or stuff like that? What stuff that regular people seem to like?
I think because I never gravitated towards any of that regular stuff. I mean, at one point in time, I think I did, but I think horror was kind of like thrusted upon me. It was something that I wasn't into at first, right? I wasn't into horror when I was very little. When I was like 5 or 6, my parents started showing me these horror movies. They started off these horror movies with the hardcore ones, like Hellraiser, for instance.
So they weren't even shy about it. They wanted to share this world with you.
Yeah, they wanted to share this world with me and get me into the mode of not being afraid. But seeing something like Hellraiser at that kind of age was horrific. Like I could not fathom what that thing was. And for me, that was something that I thought was in the closet. Like, I kid you not. I grew up thinking that Hellraiser was in the closet, and so were the rest of those Cenobite things. And those, for me, was like the real nightmares. I didn't really get into Freddy as a kid. I didn't see it until I was like 12. So by then, I was good and, out of the mode of being afraid of that kind of stuff from movies. But Hellraiser for me was something that scared me when I was a kid, and I always thought that maybe that could be in the basement, maybe that could be in the closet.
Yeah.
And my dad wanted to thrust me into the world of not being afraid because of where I live. So I live in Chicago, Illinois, And there's a different type of nightmare here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And there is a culture here of not being afraid, or if you are afraid, of being courageous, because you have to be courageous to get up every day, jump in your car, and drive around in a place where there's death looming around every corner. So,
Yeah.
this was extremely important for survival in this particular city. So my
Mm,
father thought that the best way to approach those lessons was to start with horror, fear of the supernatural,
mm.
things that you can't beat and things that you can't fathom or understand. Once you're able to beat that fear, you can beat just about anything, right?
Okay, okay.
So that was his thought process, and that's how I originally got into horror, and that was kind of like how I was forced into it. And then at some point in time, after starting with something so gruesome as Hellraiser, everything else seemed funny to me. Like it was like then nothing compared to such a thing, except for exorcism movies. That was the next closest thing to me. And like, oh man, whoa, this happened to somebody. They said, you know.
Right, right. At what point would you say you kind of shrugged it off? Like some things kind of stay with you. Like I was saying earlier before you were on here, I think the first time I saw Nightmare on Elm Street, even though I didn't understand it, that was the one movie. Like they put on Exorcist. Like my parents were kind of the same way, maybe not quite for those reasons, but they were just like, yeah, it's a stupid movie. You know, you're gonna think it's a stupid movie too, and then trying to be brave and everything with that. Nightmare on Elm Street with Freddy was just one that made me sleep with the lights on for like ever, dude. Like for the whole summer, sleeping with the lights on and stuff. And then, of course, you get older and stuff, and then you have more of an understanding, I guess, of the arts, of the other possibilities of things. I may have been not even quite a teenager when I started brushing those things off, like, that's stupid. It's a stupid little story. How old do you think you were when you were just like, yeah, this is just a little stupid story?
Oh man, that's an interesting question.
Because you could say that you brushed it off, like, yeah, it didn't really make an. When did it really stop making an impact? Like, yeah, that's some scary shit, but yeah, that's over there.
Maybe around about 12 when I saw it, because by the time I saw it, I kind of was
Ooh.
not afraid of horror movies like that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But that was also the age when it started picking up as to where I started seeing stuff about exorcisms.
Mm.
And that was the age where it was like a new fear came up, because I was
Really?
going to a Catholic school growing up, and these people, they believe that this is a real thing and that this is happening, right?
Okay.
And then with
Okay.
me being raised in the religion of being Christian, that became the new fear, the new haunting, the idea that there's possessions that happen and stuff like that.
Mm.
So I can say that I shrugged off the regular horror stuff like Freddy Krueger and all the rest of them at 12. Like I was no
Okay.
longer afraid of any of that anymore. Including Candyman. Candyman at the age of 9 had me ducking mirrors left and right. So like that
So,
that was a thing for a while, of not getting in front of the mirror at nighttime. Like I'm good.
all that shit. Is it Bloody Mary? Is the other one, and
Right, Bloody
Candyman?
Mary.
Forget
Bloody
saying
Mary.
that. I was with you, dude. Much less look at the mirror
Yeah,
to even attempt to say this shit once or twice.
right. I remember the kids at school had introduced me to that one. So they was talking about it, and then they said you're supposed to cut your lights out, and then she gets you.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like, I never really tried it like that. But I went to, when I was growing up for grammar school, I went to like a mostly Caucasian and Polish school.
Mhm.
So they were really into that. So that also helped cultivate that whole being into horror, because they're into it. They're also the type of kids that'll sit around and play with Ouija boards. I never did that, but that was
Okay,
something that they would do at the school.
okay,
So by the time I got to high school, I was deeply into like the horror scene, but mostly into like the exorcism stuff. Like I would read stuff about demonology during school hours, because I was in a religious school and they were already talking about the Bible and doing different kinds of studies and stuff. So I was like, well, I might as well see what's to the other side of this. What's the opposition like? So
Wow.
that's pretty much how that stuck in.
It sounds like a fascination, but somewhat of a healthy fear of it as well, while you were intrigued in this sort of stuff. Is that correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay. All right. And mostly enforced by because you this was your life at a certain time.
Pretty much.
Right? See, that's the thing I have. We didn't grow up all religious and stuff like that too.
Right.
So I've never really say that I even don't understand what kind of impression that could make on somebody, you know. But I guess part of it is like, I guess if you're a believer, you know, in the word and the Bible and everything, anything that goes against that grain probably messes with your head a little bit too.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Because you're raised to believe that as well as there's a God, there's a devil, right? And what parents normally preach is that you may be afraid of horror movies, but that's nothing compared to what the devil is. He's all of those.
Wow.
That's why I tagged myself Devil Tales, is because for us, the devil is every last one of those entities or every last embodiment of that. Each horror story that you read is based off of a demon, right? But each one are also based off of other religions. If you really get into like reading about these demons and stuff, you start to realize that what the Catholic Church did back then is they found other religions and they demonized the gods of those religions because they said there can only be one God and you can only serve one God. Anything else is a demon. So
yes.
When you get into stuff like that, that's when the horror takes a transformation for people who are into the Christian faith. And it just takes a completely different turn, right? So now all of a sudden I may not be afraid of Freddy Krueger, but I am afraid of the devil. If the devil is to be Freddy Krueger and all these other things all mixed into one, if the devil is able to take over someone's life, transform them into those grotesque creatures that we see in the Exorcism movie, and there's nothing these people can do about it, that's horrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, you put a definite new spin on that. So even going back to have to now watch that with a different eye. Yeah, that is definitely one of the things. I don't want to change this to a whole religious talk and everything like that, but one of the things that I'll be delicate when I say this, but I doubt a lot of people's commitment to the word, to the Lord, to the Bible and stuff, because of something you said. If you truly believe in the Lord, then you truly have to believe in the devil and all of the power, which would truly scare you straight, and you'd be a different person if you believed in that negative power and everything as well. So that's kind of like one thing in my discussions that I share with people, that I'm like, yeah, you say you believe, but you would probably be more of a believer if you believed in the power of what the devil is actually supposed to be able to do, and what it is. If you were really afraid of hell, you know, if you really wanted to go to heaven, or you change who you were because hell is so damn scary, you wouldn't want to be down there, right?
Right. Like you wouldn't want to be in the Hellraiser's den. Like you don't
right.
You don't want no part of that. Like
right. So like we'd be different people if we really thought about that, you know, not even God-fearing, but devil-fearing people. That would be like what it should be, right?
Yeah.
Holy
and
moly.
I think at one point in time it was a really good villain that they, you know, it worked at some point in time, but nowadays I don't know. Don't know.
Yeah, for a few reasons, and I don't want to get too far off. If you were finished talking about your channel a little bit and stuff like that, if you wanted to get back to that, but you know, it's a lot of things. It could be technology. You know, the farther we think we explore out there and stuff. Because I remember stuff like reading what the hell was it called there? The forest, the witches, the crucibles, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of tales from back then, they were afraid to go. The forest was an entity, an evil entity that they didn't want to or couldn't even go near, right?
Right.
But again, that's all they knew back then. They didn't have a TV or much less even much writings or news or books or anything like that. They knew about what they heard and what they could see with the eye and whatnot. So even places, less than a mile away seem like otherworldly to them too. So now when we have the internet and GoPros or just explorers and stuff and things that we're able to check out, I think what comes along with that is the questioning of things.
Right.
What do you do? What do you do with that?
I mean, that thing, it still exists to this day, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fear of the unknown, of the known that's next to you, right? So like there's something that's known that's next to you, but it's unknown because it's unexplored, right? And that would be the woods for them back then. Nowadays, I think if you notice what's going on in rap culture and different places like that, the fear of gangsters, or the fear of thugs, the fear of people who have nothing to live for, who would want to kill you for no apparent reason whatsoever other than the fact that they have a blatant disregard for life, that is the new horror all of a sudden. Now people are not as afraid of, the supernatural as they are afraid of the guy that has a switch. And like I've noticed that in Chicago, that's a thing. It's been a thing for a long time. And when you stray away from the whole supernatural horrors, you start to realize that there's new horrors. Like that's why you see people facing their fear, and to them, a haunted house becomes old block. So I'm gonna fly from my place that I live in. Like somebody could live over in California and go fly over here to Chicago just so they can go see old block and go stand in front of the mural and stuff like that. And oh boy, man, it's spooky out here. This is where they did this at, and man, don't stand at this bus stop. This is where they killed old boy at. Like horror had changed, and it's like it's become something different because of the exposure of the internet. So like the internet exposure, it has made the new horror gang violence. People getting shot. They can see that on Reddit now. They can go see it on social media before it gets taken down. And I remember I saw a shooting that was out here over in the Southwest Loop, and it looked like a movie. I thought I was watching a movie, but it was real. And it was crazy. They did it from a bird's eye view. Like they had some kid took like a whole video of the situation from a bird's eye view. And I'm thinking this has got to be a movie. It was like crazy. And all the kids were watching it. And I was like, man, what are you watching over there? And he's watching it. He's watching it. And for them, they're downloading this into their minds. So when it comes to looking at a movie like Freddy Krueger or comes to looking at Jason, that's not scary to them. They've seen this kind of stuff before, but in real life. So like I think that's what is going on, of the fear of the known unknown, I guess, is the best way that I can put that.
That is an interesting take on that. Definitely. I mean, even just think of how some of those stories start, right? A bunch of friends or whatever before the real horror starts. It's like, hey, you want to see a dead body? And then that's that's getting to be the scary part, to just be able to see that. But now you're talking about a more intricate look at the horrors itself.
Yeah.
Right. And this is different than you would say coming back from Vietnam, how those guys trip out and stuff, that it's more hellish and more of a haunting because it's right there. That's where the essence remains hanging right there. Right. And, and get too deep into this as well, but to go into the psyche of this, you know what? I want to, I'll share this story also. Doesn't quite go into horror, but it like you're saying, a real life horror of what you're talking about. And I just kind of say this for the exposure, because when I saw it, it still blows my mind to even tell this story. This is real. You're talking about real horror stories in the hood. Now, some of my details are off. This is when I used to look into a lot of these true crime stories and things like that. There's a show that used to be on called I Survive. Let me drink some water.
Right.
Now, normally in this show, they do about 3 things. I survive, like maybe a natural disaster, survive some sort of accident, and then survive some sort of terrible kidnapping or whatever. So this I see maybe like 30 episodes and whatnot, and I am, I'm just watching them one by one, being amazed, like, man, there's a lot of crazy shit out there. And at least every episode is one about a kidnapping.
Yeah.
And this is the one that I just brought tears to my eyes. So there's this girl, young Black girl. She's about 15 years old, 15 at the time. And this is after me reading about places like that. I want to say this is Chicago, even at that. But this is after a time I was doing a lot of reading about the public, about the city defunding, particularly about a nurse who couldn't quite get to work to do her job because they had cut the bus route.
Yeah.
And even on top of cutting the bus route, they cut some of the street lights. So she was talking about her safety and getting to work and that she didn't think she could do the job and whatnot. Fast forward a little while I'm watching these episodes and stuff to this girl. She tells this horror story about her maybe coming back from school or something like that. And she gets off the train and basically she's R-worded by this homeless guy right when she gets off the train. He's hiding in a lot of debris, a lot of junk and stuff in there. She explains this horrible situation she was in. And I'm just like, damn. Of course, the way that they explain it and everything, they didn't have to do much of this story for you to be like, shit, that, like, what a poor girl. And she's explaining stuff, and she's explaining on top of everything else. She's like, that's my first time, and that's, as bad as that story is. So it takes time. They kind of draw it out, and of course, it is dramatic how she has to pick herself up, and she's barely making it home, and she's like damn near limping home, and she sees her home and where she's getting like a little bit of a sense of relief. And just before she makes it home, she kind of comes into contact with a man that she sees in front of the building just about every day, so on and so forth. This poor girl thought she was going to get help, and then that man that she sees every day takes her around the corner and assaults her again.
Wow.
Again, the same day. I'm watching this thing, I just like smoked a blunt or whatever. That's how I was watching the whole thing. But I couldn't believe it. I mean, there's things we hear about what you're saying with the shootings and this, that, all of that sort of violence. But I don't know. I got a special place in my heart for especially just vulnerable girls and women that it's one thing to be at war with each other, even if you think it's stupid, like over a color, over a block, how menial that may be, to some regard. But for you just being perceived as a weaker sex or a weaker being to be taken advantage like that, it's like, just tying it into what you were saying, that is the true horror stories, urban horror stories of what you face.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. And still to this day, I worry about that for different women that I see, because there's women, sometimes I'll go take out the trash at night and you'll just see a random woman walking down the alleys. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And it mind boggles me how people just love taking chances in the absence of fear. And I guess, being fearless is great. But at the same time, I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, why is this woman walking around like this? Especially, it's wild. But for a story like that, it's a common ground and it's not talked about very often, right?
Yes.
So I just went out there to go take out my trash, walk my wife back into the house because, that particular day she parked back there. But, I walked back there to get her, So anyway, I was thinking to myself, when I saw that, I was like, man, that's dangerous. What if I hadn't have been who I am and I had have been that guy that you were talking about? What are you going to do? Like, what are you gonna do? And you're in an alley where it's like nobody knows. You never know when somebody's gonna come out there to help, or if anybody's gonna come out there to help. Normally, in a city like what I live in, nobody's coming out there to save you. Nobody's coming out there to do anything. Nobody's going to listen to somebody screaming and be like, "Let me get outside and go help."
Somebody needs my help, so let me run out there. Right. I mean, when is the thing, like, honestly, it's a free world, free country, you do deserve to go anywhere, that sort of stuff. But there is situational awareness. Like, you could just be walking into a trap. Like, they know, like you're saying, you could walk, they could drag you in just like one of those guys did, over there too. And, we talk about the horror stories, but these guys are real monsters. Yeah. These are guys that's like, now, get all graphic and stuff like that, but when you're with your lady and all that, you can't have too many distractions. It's going to throw you off your game. You know what I'm saying? These are guys that get excited by doing this sort of stuff. These are the real so it doesn't matter that you're wearing this, that, the other, or, I have my rights, that sort of deal. There are real monsters out there.
Just the other night, I saw a guy, might have been a guy, who knows? It was a person on the side of the street. They had their hazards on, and they were honking at people as they drove by. Part of me was like, yeah, man, I should pull over, maybe see what they need and whether or not they need any help. The other part of me is like, man, please. You already know what's going on out here.
Yeah.
You pull over, and then the next thing you know, you're looking into the bag of wonderment. And the bag of wonderment is where you put your face in a bag, and you look in there, and you go, oh, there's nothing in here. And then they hit you over the head. That's the bag of wonderment. So it's kind of like, there's people that are fishing out here, and they're looking for this. And let me tell you, it was really late at night. This was like some 3 o'clock in the morning type stuff. There goes that number again. So 3 o'clock in the morning, this is happening. And there's nobody really out on the street. This person has their hazards on. And I'm sitting here like, in the day of the cell phone, they better call the police or AAA. And so it's like, because as far as me pulling over on this street where there's nobody really around, nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
And you know what? And a lot of, you got to go with your gut too, straight up, man. It's not even like you're not even being a coward or anything like that. There's like gut instinct, that we should learn to trust. Like, if it doesn't feel right, just don't. It's like what's that movie? Clarice. What the hell is that movie?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Silence of the Lambs.
Silence of the Lamb. So I always use this as an example. So at the beginning, where Buffalo Bill is about to ask this woman about the couch, like, he's trying to put the couch into the van and everything. That movie made an effort to zone in on her face because her intuition was telling her, don't mess with this dude. Yeah. Don't do it. Trust your gut. But she was like, the guy's like, oh, I can't. Oh, help me. Sort of deal. Right. And she went against her better judgment. But they showed in that, like, girl, don't go over there. Yeah. And she went over there anyway, man. I think there's something to be said about your guttural instinct of not what to do, of what to do and what not to do.
Man, the 2 times in this city where I didn't trust my gut instinct, I got jumped both times. Like,
really?
Yeah, both times, really. Like, we saw a group of guys. One of the times we saw a group of guys outside of a Walgreens. It was my friend and I after wrestling practice. We saw some guys outside of the Walgreens. It was grouped up heavy. It was like 8 or 9 of them, right? All outside. Some didn't look right. They didn't sound right. It looked like they was up to no good. But because we live in Chicago and we come from a culture of you can't be scared, ain't no such thing as cowardice. We was like, man, whatever. We're going to go out there. We outside.
Yeah.
So anyway, I told him before we went out there, I was like, man, this ain't shaping up right. I feel like this is about to go left. I was like, maybe we should stay in the store. And he looked at me and he said, man, you got that gut instinct? You feel like it? I was like, yeah. He was like, man, maybe we should. And then all of a sudden I look at him and I go, nah, fuck that. We outside.
Oh.
Channel, but that's what I said. And I was like, so anyway, we go outside and immediately the guy comes up and he tries to pocket check us. They try to rob us. We get into this fight. And during the commotion of this fight, he knocks out a person, and then he takes off running, leaving me with 8 people. And I was like,
yo,
yeah. So like, man, needless to say, I got rocked and got jumped big time. So
yeah,
I remember I had a what was it? I had a brain bleed from that incident, if I'm not mistaken.
no
Because
shit.
yeah, it was pretty bad. It was serious. Like this is Chicago. They playing for keeps out here. So this is
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that serious. So anyway, that was one of those times where I did not listen to my gut instincts. And I learned from that. That was the last time that happened to me. My last
Yeah,
time.
I was going to ask you, did you so you replayed that in your head, and how did that go when you were playing? Besides, even if you were blaming yourself, like dummy, you should have known, or what went through your head recounting that time?
When I recounted that time, I just went back to thinking about how you get signs before things happen and before things go wrong. Something in your subconscious comes to you and tells you, hey, this doesn't seem like a good idea. I can feel something's going on here. These people don't feel right. I learned from that point on to start listening to that type of thing. And I was kind of like related it back to this horror stuff that we're talking about, where the characters in the movie, they sometimes know something is up. They know something is wrong. They go
Yeah.
into a small town like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. They're filling up their gas and they're like, that guy didn't look at me right.
Yeah.
You know, something just as simple as that. You get that in real life. I don't know if it's spiritual. I don't know if it's a psychological thing. I don't know if it's just something that we just inherited from the fact of us being human beings and our ancestors having different fears and different things like that. And it's like acquired knowledge that's passed down. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But there's something there, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And this
I
thing
think so.
triggers when in the face of danger that you don't even know is there. It's an instinct.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think there's something there too. You know, I think back, who is it? Malcolm Gladwell came out with the book, I think Blink, where it talks about, you know, exercising your instinct more, you know, your reliance on your instinct and whatnot. And I think, you know, there's a little tingling there, but we're so far from mastering or being in tune with anything of that nature as well, you know? Yeah, I definitely think there's something there. There's something there. So what happened with the next time there?
Oh, that was the last time. I
Oh,
told you
sorry.
that
Right,
was
right.
the last time. The one before that, I was going to Bogan High School, and at the time that I was going to Bogan High School, it was a real hood school. I wasn't really from going to hood schools, right?
Okay.
The only experience I really had with the hood was in the summertime when I was at the parks. So in the summer times, I would be at some of the hoodest places in Chicago that you can think of. And that was only for 3 months. So I had a little bit of experience with it, right? But the thing is that I didn't have the full immersion. So like when it
Why
came
were you
to,
hanging out there in the first place? Is that where your family was, or
yes, that's
what
where
was the
my
connection?
family was, and that's where they were making a positive impact on the community. So
Okay.
because they were making a positive impact on the community, keeping people out of jail, steering people down the right path, getting them into the right kinds of things. I just so happened to be around those kinds of people. But they
Okay.
were on their way to turning over a new leaf and going in the right direction in life. So it gave me a lot of connections with a lot of hood people in a certain area in Chicago. But in other areas of Chicago, because of how our gang structure works here, that's not honored, right? So they don't know those people from over there. There's no connection. So when
Okay.
I'm over in my home area, nobody knows me, nobody knows who I am. They just know that I'm somebody that they see every now and again. And I'm at this new school now. Nobody knows who I am, yet I live in their neighborhood. That's a problem in itself, right?
Right, right.
So then it's like, oh, you also not gang, you're not in Gangsta Disciple, which is what's popular in my area.
Right, right.
Pillsbury actually talked about this too. Somebody that's from the sector. He talked
Okay.
about that particular gang and that area that we both lived in. So what happened is when they figured out I wasn't from there in that particular way, as far as gang culture goes, that's when I started getting targeted to become an initiate of the gang. Me not joining the gang caused so many problems and issues.
Yeah.
And I would get jumped pretty much every day on my way to school, right? And I
Yeah.
would always have to outthink them, be a couple steps ahead, and that's how I got out of all those situations. But finally, I woke up one day and I had a premonition on my mind that something wasn't right today. Don't go to
Mm.
school today.
Okay.
Me being me, I've already stood up to this gang plenty of times. I'm like, I'm not scared of them. I'm finna get ready, go to school, get my stuff, grab my book bag, and I'm gonna hit that bus stop before they get out there. And if they do happen to catch me out there, I got a plan for them this day. You know, like
Mm.
that's just what it is. But the problem is that today I was late for school. So I
Okay.
got put in some place called the auditorium where everybody had to like stage at when you were late. So I get to the auditorium, I fall asleep in the auditorium. Some guys was plotting on me, right? So they was plotting on me, trying to figure out how they was gonna try to go about robbing me. When I woke up and I left the auditorium, I knew something wasn't right. I could
Mm.
feel like somebody was watching me, but I didn't pay attention to it. So they caught me unaware.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I remember all the different times and all the different signs that I had gotten that something was gonna happen that day. And I just
Yeah.
think to myself, man, if I had to just listen to my senses, I would have been all right.
And at the same time, you don't want to be the one kind of looking around like you're looking suspicious, or you're paranoid over the situation too.
Right. Right. You don't want to look suspicious. That's why you got to learn how to. In our city, we call it keep your head on the swivel. You got to know how to like look around without actually looking suspicious.
Mm. Right.
So
Right.
like it's a little art to that. Looking around like you're not looking suspicious, like you're not afraid of anything, but you're just checking your surroundings.
Right. Right.
So like that's the thing. And again, this all relates back to different kinds of paranoia, horror, different things like that. And I try to bring that aspect into my writing, just like how when you listen to Tolkien, when you read Lord of the Rings of the Fellowship, and remember when they're in the forest and they're trying to get away from the wraiths, that little scene in itself is horror. And that
Yeah.
relates back to when he was in the dugouts trying not to get found by the enemy army. And like a lot of people didn't know that that's what that was about. That was about when they dug foxholes and they used to lay in the foxholes and hope to
Mm.
God that the enemy army didn't discover them in the foxhole.
Yeah.
So that's what
Yeah.
that scene was about. That's what that is about in the book.
Yeah.
So I do the same kind of thing with my horror. I add in elements of what I grew up around being in this city. And I
Mm.
add those into each and every last one of my stories, but it's dressed up in fantasy in a way as to where you couldn't tell what I'm talking about.
Right. And I
And
mean, that's what writing is, right?
yeah,
You are, oh, man, what do they even call that? Allegory. The writing based on something else. The same reason how Stan Lee, made the X-Men. It's supposed to be telling the story of the civil rights movement.
with
One is
race.
supposed to be Malcolm X, one's supposed to be Martin Luther King, telling through the story of mutants
Yep.
also, So absolutely. I think that's amazing, man. I think that's amazing.
And it's crazy how many people could relate to Malcolm X because they relate to Magneto. I
Yeah.
think even I, to a certain extent, I would relate more to Magneto because of my experiences growing up. I get where he was coming from
Mm-hmm.
a little bit more than I did with Charles.
Yeah. Yeah. That isn't. What are you gonna? You have some of your stories online and whatnot. Are you gonna make a hard copy book or something? Book with illustrations and this fantastical type product? Are you thinking of doing something like that?
Yes. So originally I started my channel and I started this whole social media experience as a way for me to write while having critics.
Mhm.
So I wanted to write and do my stories and start practicing and start learning what people like to read, what they like to read in horror. And if you've ever read my stuff, I have a different approach to my horror.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
to
yeah.
write it in a completely different way than other horror writers. I like to write it as if I'm writing something about a descriptive uh, Christmas Wonderland type of story. I like to start with words like that to lead people into the belief that this is going to be about something else other than what it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that is what I love doing. I love like turning it on them, and then I love putting different layers of information in there. I was practicing that in front of a space that's not here for horror, which I love, because it was like the idea is if I can stop some people who are not even into horror and get them to read my stuff, even for a couple of seconds, even if they only read a couple sentences, I'm doing pretty good. If I'm able to hook people that are not into the horror community, because a lot of people in the horror community, they'll just read your stuff or they'll just watch your movie because they're into that.
Right.
It's something different when you're able to pull people in who aren't into it and you're able to get them to engage. And that's kind of what I want to do. I want it to be expanded to not just people who are into horror, but I want other people who are outside of horror to look at this and say, hey, there's something here. And that was something that I was really trying to connect with. And that's why I decided to go this route. As far as making a hard copy book, I was going to make a hard copy book when my skills got to the level as to where I could be comfortable with my first novel or my first short story series, where I felt like this is a good representation of me. This is where my mentality is at. My writing skills are in the right spot. So that's what I was trying to build up to. I am at that point now where I feel like I can put out a book and it's a representation of me. It's a very good representation of me. So
now this good, because this thing that you're making, it has to be, a book is dumbing it down a little bit. It has to be like an experience. The way that I see like the way your page is and whatnot, and the imaginative stories. I think I don't know the person that does the illustrations and stuff like that, but I feel like if you make a product, it has to encompass a lot of that, of what you do in there. Yeah.
So a lot of the early works that you see, like the Reverence and stuff like that, I drew those. So like
okay.
I'm an illustrator as well. I draw stuff as well, but some of the newer stuff you're seeing now is probably AI, because I found out AI is way faster than what I am. I can tell it what to do, and here we go.
Yeah.
Illustration takes so much of my time away from actually writing. It's not even funny. The Reverence cover that I drew took me, I want to say, almost a week to finish.
Damn.
So I sat there and I drew every night on it or every day on it at different times and did different parts of it. I put different layers into it and stuff like that. And I actually posted my progress of like 5 different time lapses of where I was at with drawing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very particular. Like,
right.
You have to get what you want out of it too.
Right. And it's like I have an imagination that is more vast than what my artistic skills are. So I was like, with that being said, I was like, my ability to illustrate is not as strong as what my imagination is for writing. So I was like, I gotta pay somebody to draw. Like that's pretty much where I was at with it. But paying somebody to draw is expensive. Most good artists they're gonna ask for like $300 and up starting for one illustration, especially for the amount of detail that I want in it, because I want the subliminals in it. I want different things from the story in the illustration. I want an emotion. I want a feeling out of the picture, right?
Yeah, so because of that, and you do all that.
Yeah. Because of that, it's difficult to pay somebody for that. However, when we go to like me writing the story and putting it onto pages, that's all me. The guy who illustrates, or should I say, does the animation for my page flip, that's my sound editor, Mind Tikian. He's a professional artist.
Oh, did I lose you? Mid sentence. Hopefully he jumps back on. Defrauding Charlatans, talking about his page, all under the umbrella of this month, Halloween, horror. You got a lot of, I don't know what they call us, horror heads. With a lot of us, it's actually how I found Defrauding Charlatans, other than just sector people. And I'm not even a gamer like that, but he would play these games that were horror themed. I think the last one he was playing was the Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I didn't even know there was a game. He's introduced me to all this stuff, but me not even a gamer, I would just hang out in the chat and we would talk movies and stuff like that too. So I definitely checked out his page, and we have a lot of similar interests with things like that too. You want to do a horror movie night on Halloween night? Good. You see what we were doing before, a brother of a certain age. I didn't want to be all horror nerd this month, but I do love, sorry, I just got another. Hey, just checking out DC on your show. Hey, what's going on? Thanks for stopping by. He was just here. He got cut off, but he got cut off before, so he'll be joining us, I bet, soon, as long as everything's in order. And come at a pretty good time. He was talking about his channel, what products we could look for, in the upcoming future there too. We mentioned a few of the movies that we're into. Some of his what the hell do you call it now? Inspirations for his writing. And if you do get a chance to go back, check out what he says about his relation to horror, urban horror, more or less, right? A lot of the things that, of course, we look for certain tropes. It could be the camping scene. And that's one reason why we like horror so much, that you have its obvious tropes, but it has so many subgenres. Like, we could literally just have a different podcast on the different things. Like, we were even talking about like one zombie day for the zombies. You have your cannibalistic horror movies too. You could just go into that, the cannibal horror Holocaust, which that was another one that I would bring up here. So I started off with a lot of the classic movies, some of the movies that would get me in the Halloween mood, so to speak. And I only got to maybe about 4 movies until Defrauding came in, because he said that he would. So I started talking about him. One of the ones, I guess, well, if we're waiting for him, if he's going to pop back up, did Night of the Living Dead from 1968, of course, and then move over to another favorite, which was The Exorcist. I think I was actually missing The Exorcist. What was The Exorcist? 79, maybe, something like that. Can't really remember. And then, but from there, moved on to The Thing. The Thing from 1982. That was one where I thought was an earlier movie. These are all movies like the must watch. If I haven't seen it again during the course of the year, I am definitely going to be watching it this month. And then from there, started talking about A Nightmare on Elm Street. And then Defrauding came up. And then we started speaking a little bit, veering out. Oh, and I should mention, what you see on the screen there is a horror noir. And it is about the Black experience in films, in horror movies and stuff. So you see, I have it included on my list over there, but I haven't gone through it yet. And he actually referenced it while we were talking. And then we started talking about some, I guess you would call it more urban horrors, real horrors of, city life, or things that we see in some things in the Black experience, just that sure as hell would make a good horror movie or experience, but real life for a lot of people, and drawing some parallels between some of these made up fantasy movies to get you scared in a state of terror, but also are very real life things that those other stories could be derived from, I guess, right? Yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street, that did something to me, man. As a kid, it was just different. And just the going to sleep. That's, if you just heard that shit, like, don't go to sleep, you were like, yeah, guess I won't be going to sleep. It was one of my favorite movies as a kid. Still, the movie The Car. Is that like Death Car? Do I know The Car even? I'm gonna have to look this up. It sounds like I should know The Car. I might be mixing it up with another one. Are you saying The Car? 1977, The Car? Is this the one that they do for points or something like that? I vaguely, because I think my uncle used to love this particular movie. He used to tell us about it. have to go back. Oh, what does it say? Right, can you guys hear me right now? Am I still rolling here? Check one, check one. Maybe you can't. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me out there? I think it was saying I lost my connection. Oh, okay, good. I don't know why I got that little message up there. All right, cool. Smurf, what's up? Thanks for coming by. Yeah, we were the car being scary back in it. Again, there's so many. That could be another one. So we were saying before, come on, Defrauding, come back on. We were saying even zombies, we want to do a zombie day. That could be a whole day. I was saying the cannibalistic era. You could just do one about cars, right? I guess what's the number one car one? Would that be Christine? You know, of course, the Stephen King one over there. You could just do werewolf movies. You just do Frankenstein movies. You know, just saying monster movie isn't enough. You could do which other one? Vampire movies. We should do that as a list right now. Christine was scary to me. It got a little crazy. Christine, right? And I don't know. They were making remakes of the stuff. I don't like remakes of any of that stuff. What would you say the last good remake was for a movie? I would go right on board and say I think It was such a great, thorough job. And many would argue it's not a remake. You know, it's his first theatrical one. Because remember, the other one was just made for TV. So it may not even be a fair comparison. You might just have to put that one as an adaptation, another adaptation to the story. So that might not be did you say Maximum Overdrive was goofy. But you know the story behind that one, Brother of a Certain Age. Apparently that may have been Stephen King, one of his only directing efforts, and he was all coked up doing that. And he said he had a terrible experience. And up until that point, he said that he never really gave the directors or anybody much credit for doing his work. But he said after that, he said he gave them all the credit that he thinks they deserve after his experience working on Maximum Overdrive. So yeah, he probably doesn't. I think, and I think again, I read that he didn't remember making that movie. I don't know. Reboot for Friday 13th, man. That's a tough one. They're missing a certain ingredient in some of those remakes. Texas Chainsaw. First of all, that was a good remake. That was a good. I still choose the original. I still choose the original. Texas Chain. You know what? So going back and watching Texas Chainsaw as an adult, it just feels gross. You're like, I would not want. You know what? The Critical Chronicles. Hang on to that thought for 2 seconds. Yeah, after it's just a gritty, disgusting, gross, sweaty place in Texas where you're just like, I never want to go there. I never want to visit the people there. Texas is just gross after seeing that movie. And it was one of the first kind of live footage things. Remember at the beginning where John Larroquette, he did like the voice dubbing for like a doobie or something like that. Get paid. He did that. But yeah, that's another one. So we mentioned other ones. We mentioned The Exorcist, Nightmare on Elm Street, Night of the Living Dead, or Night of the. I would definitely, and The Thing, I would definitely put the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in there. And yeah, I would put that there. The craziest scene, 2 scenes. All right, I'll go 2 scenes with you on this one. One, at the beginning when the horror just starts, where we don't even see Leatherface until he opens the door, and thwack, you hear that thwack with the meat hammer. What the hell do you call that thing? You hear that on the head, like boom, and then right away it starts off. There's that scene in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and the hooks. I know you know what I mean when I talk about the hooks, right? The hooks and the toes were hitting the piano keys. That is friggin' horror, man. That is horror. That is crazy shit. I like it. I like the TV one because, of course, it was earlier in the 90s and there was only so much you could do at that time. So I think it did a great job for its time there in the 90s. But I love the fact that they were so patient and they finally made the theatrical one what it was. It was there's so many scenes that were so neat. What's that name? Bill Skarsgård, right? He was not his brother. It was Bill. He was phenomenal, and 2 scenes where he was. That's cool. Figured come back up and get back into your story and stuff. He did such a good job. There's 2 scenes in it. There's one when he got out of the refrigerator, and he did this untwisting thing. Remember that? Some of the things they shot were so the meat tenderizer. When you heard that thwack, it was like a real there were no special effects on that or anything, man. It really sounded like you got hit in the head with that damn thing, man. There was that. But it was like crazy. So I like that scene. I liked when he came out of the projector. Also, when he did the sliding down the stairs in a way, like kind of deflated, came down there and did that. So they just, I was in LA at the time when they did the It House. I never went in. The line was always so long when I drove by there. It was somewhere on Sunset. Just getting a drink. I might have to go and get some something to drink here in a second. Yeah, I never went in, but they made like a duplicate house there somewhere, I think on Sunset when it came out. And I drive by, but the house was like super, super long. I was a Rob Zombie fan. House of a Thousand Corpses. Yeah, that brought it back to some old sketchy horror movie type stuff in there, right? Definitely. See if I got everything in there. The meat tenderizer. Fill it in there. And what other ones? What do I have up there? Oh yeah, the car. Cube was very... The Cube. Good call. Good call on the Cube. Not a lot of people know the Cube. Not a lot of people know the Cube at all. And there's a bunch of them. I forgot how many. One day I watched a whole bunch of them, man. I think there's at least five cubes, if I'm not mistaken. And it spans like over 2 decades, for crying out loud, right? Definitely some good ones. At least some good ones in there. So we might as well get into it. Give me your best zombie movie. Best zombie. Let's go best zombie right now. So I've been dying for zombies. I'll start off by, of course, the originals there. You know what? I'm going to retell my Night of the Living Dead story as you guys think about that. So, you guys know Mike Judd, right? Mike Judd, the guy who came out, Beavis and Butthead dude, Office Space, some other couple movies. Hilarious guy, hilarious mind. But he's come out with a series a few years ago called Tales from the Tour Bus. And as far as I know, there's about 2 seasons of that. Of course, it's Tales from the Tour Bus, but the first season is on country music. He tells some good stories about groups and artists there. and how their lives kind of intertwine and stuff. But the second season, Tales from the Tour Bus, he concentrates on specifically funk, R&B, but funk. Starting back with James Brown, pairing off to like Bootsy Collins, Rick James, and even Prince in there and stuff to tell some amazing stories from people that were there. And I think he also does it in a way that where it's animated also, right? So anyway, I have to speed the story up. There's a little story about George Clinton, George P, the Parliament guy, that guy. In 1968, when he started all these psychedelic drugs and everything, and he's on tour and he's driving through Pennsylvania one night, it so happens that he's driving in Pennsylvania in the back roads and runs into a bunch of people that he believes are dead that are attacking his car. And he gets so freaked out, he jumps out of his car and leaves his car abandoned. Come to find out, George A. Romero happened to be filming Night of the Living Dead at that same time. So George Clinton, and he films, it's not like a film set it would be today, because he films guerrilla style, grassroots. So it didn't even look like a movie set. So George Clinton says he's driving his old car, him and his buddy on a tour, and then they go into they go into the movie set of George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead. So there's where two of your worlds collide. If you like horror movie and you like funk, they're both in there. They're doing 28 days. They're supposed to be doing what? 20. Well, they did 28 days later. I think there's a 28 months later. And then now they got Cillian Murphy for, is it 28 years later? So the zombies, everything was pretty scary in that movie because, the zombies were moving. They were moving fast, and you got to be a sprinter to be able to to get away from that shit, right? But I thought it was interesting that movie veered down to kind of like Mankind, like they were going to take advantage of those women sort of deal. And you feel like in any part of societal collapse, they say these are the things. People become more animalistic or more primal is a better word for that. I thought it was interesting that they put that in there also. Mrs. Murphy, you have watched Cube or you haven't watched Cube? Because if you haven't, you need to get on that. And there's a lot. And they're all pretty good. Except for one I didn't feel like fit in, the series as well. But for the most part, the sequels were pretty damn good. That's one that not a lot of people know about Cube either, man. You're going, we're getting pretty deep with that one. What are some of the other October movies? Oh, who is suggesting The Happening? Oh, you're asking how we... No Happening. No Happening. I did not feel like that was a solid effort from M. Night Shyamalan. I felt it. He was sleeping on that one, man. Yeah. That was a tough one. M. Night, of course, Sixth Sense was great. I didn't see this last one. I think was called Trap. I know a couple people that saw it and they were like, yeah, all right. Last House on the Left, of course, they remade that too. But a lot that came out of that time, I think that was like mid 70s-ish. Last House on the Left, a lot of those revenge type horror movies. Brutal, freaking brutal movie. So they brought it back, Last House on the Left, and there's another one that I'm kind of forgetting the name of, but sort of like the same deal of the woman getting the revenge. against all the guys. And they did a remake, I think in the early 2000s, with at least three parts to it, which was all right. Definitely caught the brutality of it. Like, holy crap, man. And there was another one kind of like it that I'm trying to. There was The Last House on the Left, but there was also one where the assault took place out in the woods also. What? Yeah, at the end of Mist was like, that was brutal. That was brutal. I liked it. Yeah, even those special effects were like, it could have been a little, better on that, but it was good. It was good, for the most part. Descent. It's the Descent, the cave dwelling ones there. Over there, I thought 1 was good. 2 was a little more of a stretch. Man, just going around in a damn cave is scary enough, man. If you ever went through that rabbit hole of any with the inbred mutants, like The Hills Have Eyes or Wrong Turn or anything like that, are crazy. War of the Worlds. That weighs really close between the sci-fi and horror for me. Definitely see the horror elements, You said you'd never be in that situation, though. That's funny. I was just talking to somebody about all that cave crawling and stuff like that. That's just not the way. There's 2 things. There's either going with the cave dwelling or the scuba diving. Both those things just don't end well for people. It's crying out loud. Well, remember, Critical, the first Nightmare on Elm Street, there were supposed to be some witty things about it, right? It wasn't really supposed to be a comedy like that. When they started franchising it a little more, Freddy became a little more cartoonish with it, I'm going to do it. Nice. Do it, man. Do it. Trust me, all of us will be there, man. All of us will be there. I don't know. Any more go-tos? The Thing. Anybody like the Thing sequel? Do you think it did the original Thing any justice? Don't want to be is in between horror, mystery, and sci. Okay, I got. Yeah. You said that too. And I am going to give Pan's Labyrinth another. I got to. There's just something about that movie I like so much. I think that girl is such a good actor who played that in there. The anti-hero or the villain. It's the favorite. I remember going to the movie and Jason came out. Water. Yeah. Well, Jason got he wasn't really supposed to be. It was a revenge story, right? Remember, his mother was the killer in, I think, the first one, because the camp counselors let him die because they were having sex and drugs and all that kind of stuff, and they let her son die. So she was the killer for the first one, right? So even though Jason's just killing everybody in the way, we're supposed to have sympathy for him because he was neglected, way the hell back then. But yeah, I remember one good theater movie that I saw in the theater was The Grudge. So the Japanese one is the original one, but the one with, I think her name is Sarah Michelle Gellar or something like that. That one in the theater, I think that must have been one of the best horror movies that I've seen in there, because this was like nobody using the phone, nobody being loud and stuff. everybody was involved in that movie, creeping around. When you heard the sound, let me see if I could do it. Let me see if I could do the sound. I can't freaking do it. But you know the dance sound. Everybody was doing that the next day on the phone or trying to like creep people out and shit. And just, yeah, when you saw the face or you heard the sound, everybody in the theater was, oh shit, jumping and stuff. That was a fun one. They don't make them like, I can't remember a movie other than that or since that where the whole crowd was in unison kind of freaking out over the picture, man. The Grudge was a good theater movie. I'm so glad we went to go see that, right? No, we haven't discussed Violent Nature. What's that one all about? Lady got the question right. The first scream of the movie. You're right. Holy shit. Actually, let us go to our little thing over here. Is that what it's called? I don't even know if I heard of that. Oh, it's a new one. The Violent Nature? Which one is it? In a Violent Nature? I think I just saw is this the one you're talking about? I really like The Grudge. Like it was good. I think I bought it. Jason like killer walking, killing throughout the whole movie. You're saying that Jason like it. This is the movie you're talking about? You're talking about this one? I think I may have seen it referenced only once. Okay. Is this out? Man, I gotta be behind, man. So it says rating. It has a rating out. Popular. When the hell did this come out? Chris Nash. What about those trilogies? I think Ty West has come out with it. Pearl. I think it's XXX or just X or something like that. And what the hell is the third one? Pearl. X. That's a. Let's look. I think it's Pearl. Now I'm gonna doubt myself. Pearl. So it's Pearl. X and Maxine is the other one, right? I didn't see Maxine yet, but I thought these were pretty solid efforts. So 2022, which one came first? 2022, 2024. So I think X came, or at least they released X first, if I'm not mistaken. Let's say 2022. I think so. Did I watch it in order or did I watch it out of order? And then Pearl came. And then more recently, Maxine came. Which one? I think Final Destination, yeah. I think they did the first one right. Second, I didn't love too much, but they've been pretty consistent with those movies, right? Definitely that. I think, yeah. Did you see Maxine? Murph, did you see Mrs. Maxine? Or Maxine? Jeez, messing it up. Which I'm guessing it's good. It has to be because he did such a quality job with that. They were well paced. I like his take. I like his take on the horror movies. Misery. You got to be in the mood for Misery. That's it. All these are good movies to chill out. Okay, Snow Call. But I think This woman, whoever plays Pearl there, she is good. She is good in that movie. I want to see some other stuff here. Hang on. While I have this up, might as well go to horrors. Ding, 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 ding. Let's go through some stuff. All right, so right away, I'm seeing Scream. I do like the Scream franchise till maybe about 4 or so. I'm not buying Jen Ortega as like the new Scream queen. I don't know. I don't know. I know she did the Addams Family and all that stuff. Maybe it's just a generational thing. I don't buy her, you know. So Maxine, it was a trilogy, right? That Ty West did. And let's see if I could go back. So it was known he made these two together, basically, X and Pearl. I think X came first. Then they released Pearl like shortly after, because it looks like the same year. And then recently the third installment was Maxine. So they're all kind of connected some sort of way. But yeah, they just kind of threw that in there. So, you know, it's part of that whole deal. You have to go check, you know, when you get in there. So kind of like that. I watched this one recently, American Werewolf in London. Good effort. I like it. I like it a lot. People didn't like, no. I gotta tell you, I didn't love it. I didn't love it, but I think it was decent. Yes, I know Nev Campbell's coming back. They weren't trying to pay her how much she should be getting paid, which always sucks to hear. And back in the day, we didn't really know what was going on behind the scenes, so we just kind of got you know, whatever the hell was happening for it. Now it's like we got to know all the details. Like she wasn't getting paid enough, you know, all that deal. Amityville, anybody Amityville lovers out there? But 79. Okay. That was all right. We didn't mention Poltergeist. They only have 2 on here. They didn't release number 1. Can only see number 2 for free. But I don't know. I don't have any criticisms there about at least. I like all 3, to tell you the truth. Even though, so 2 was the one with the old man who they could barely finish the script because he was sick and whatnot. And then I think 3, Carol Ann got sick, and whoa, wait a minute. Oh, see, it's on Crave. I don't have Crave. I thought I was going to be able to watch this tonight, the original one. No, let's be able to do that over there. But yeah, a whole bunch of things. They finally released Troll on here. Finally released another one, Invaders from Mars. You can see I've watched almost every single freaking not recently. We got to boycott this movie, Jeepers Creepers. I know I have this one watched there, but I didn't know about all the other this guy and his name before we even get to that. You know, just let me make my public service announcement on Jeepers Creeper. This jerk, well, it's not even this one. They say this guy doesn't get paid for he has nothing to do with Jeepers Creepers. But what's his name? Salvi. What the hell is his name? Salvador. They won't even put his name in there. Victor somebody. He's a convicted essayist. I don't agree with having this guy, Victor Salva. Anything with his name, boycott the shit out of that guy. He's evil. He's an evil guy, man. That's what I say, at least. You know, Carrie. This is the remake. Yeah, she did a good job, but it's no Carrie, right? There's only one Carrie. If anybody needs to know anything about bullying in the modern age, they just need to watch the first 20 minutes of Carrie. Yeah. Yeah. I did. I really, they did a good job with that movie. And it's a shame. This is one thing I can't separate the so-called artists from their deeds. So I think I even have it on DVD or something somewhere. I bought it like right away. I was like, yeah, they finally did a, right. You convicted. Yeah, this is different than just the accusations. He actually did the damn thing, right? Keeper, what's up? Welcome. We are talking scary movies over here. You mentioned one. Who mentioned Leave It Alone? Because I want to know, you better be talking about the original one and not the remake. Because I thought the original one was good. Remember back when Prime had all the movies from everywhere? You could get any damn movie. Same with Netflix, man. Any damn movie. Now there's restrictions. You can't get, any damn thing in there. Yeah. They killed Nightmare on Elm Street. They should have never messed around with it and got that guy to try to outdo Robert Englund. I think I saw a documentary on Robert Englund recently. Fascinating dude, man. Fascinating. He's not just Freddy. He's like an actor. All right. I forgot what it's called, but it's definitely, you see something about him. It's definitely worth checking out when you get that. Yeah, Sissy Spacek. She definitely did a good job on it. If you have any questions about bullying, they should seriously play the first 20 minutes of that in school. All right. Of course, there's Sleepaway Camp. It's being lauded years after for its ending. It's the bravery of the ending. Did you know? Tell me if you knew this. James Earl Jones' father is in this movie. Did you know that? Who knew that? I was a film director. I feel like I could. No, I don't know, dude. It was so forced. Yeah, he's in there. Let me try to do this without getting a strike. Hang on for a second. I'll show you. James Earl Jones' father, and he doesn't play a good guy. He plays a little bit of a creepy creep. There he is. That's James Earl Jones. Not that guy, of course. He has a terrible line in the movie. Oh, see? If you could see that, Robert Earl Jones is Ben. That is James Earl Jones' father in Sleepaway Camp. Let's see if I get another. Can't see him. Yeah, he has a creep line in there. Actually, I think that was it.
Call them Baldies. Makes your mouth water, don't it? Hardy, they're too young to even understand what's on your mind. Then, good buddy, there ain't no such thing as being too young.
All right. That is, yeah, man. That's the only movie I know him to be in. Sleepaway. I've seen all the Sleepaway Camps. So there's Sleepaway. There's this one, and I think the next two they actually made at the same time. This is the that's the same. Oh no, that's not the same. Yeah. let me see something for a minute. They get major criticism for the next two Sleepaway Camps, but the humor in it is so funny just the way that this girl plays Angela, she's hilarious in the movie. I think it would show up if I was getting it for free or whatever the deal was. Yeah, she is so funny the way she plays those characters, man. It's definitely worth seeing in there. Yeah. Oh, look who we have in the house. Brother of a certain age.
Oh, you got the sounds and everything. Okay.
I got sound effects. Yeah, I just got it actually from a DJ program. I was like, let me have this up.
That's what's up.
If I remember to use it.
Yeah. What's going on,
Definitely good company. What is up, man? How are you?
I'm good, man. This is I love this discussion. I was saying it was like put a fire under my butt to get that Halloween night horror movie talks on. So yeah, man, I like it.
I didn't know. I was trying not to go too nerdy into it just yet because it's only October the 2nd. But I was like, you know what? I do watch movies all month. Like me and Defrauding, we were speaking earlier. We watch scary movies all year around, but I think we amp it up a little bit for October, of course. And this is where I fit in all the corny stuff I wouldn't watch regularly, and try to pack in and see all the classics that I haven't watched, in there as well, man. So
yeah, for sure. No, I so my younger brother too, man. We would get into like watching movies that like obscure movies like The Stuff and
love The Stuff.
The Boogans and Blood Beach, like all them old school, like once you remember back in the days, like once a movie came out, everybody started putting out their version of it. So Sleepaway Camp was like a weird version of like Friday the 13th, and the end of Sleepaway Camp, that with the killer reveal with that was
So you could just go with camping movies, that's what we were saying. We could break it down into so many categories, and like you said, one is the like the prototype, for the rest of them sort of deal, right? Camping movie, Friday the 13th could be the camping movie and everything. Is there? Yeah, man. What else are some of your go-tos at a time like that?
Go-to. So this is not necessarily horror, but it was one of my favorite movies. And it was one of those movies that it was like they used to have those 5 for $20 bins at the DVD. And I found this movie and I bought it. I bought it home, and it just sat there for a couple of months. And then one day I popped it in, and it is the Village.
The Village, M. Night Shyamalan.
Yes,
that's another one I was trying to remember. Yes.
I was and he was known for doing those those little reveals at the end of the movie. So I was thrown off by the reveal at the end of the movie, and I was during the course of the movie, watching whatever those things were in the background, whatever they were, those we don't speak of.
Yes,
in the colors, and I'm saying it was in Adrian Brody played a good he played like a mentally delayed guy or whatever. Right. Yeah, and then in Joaquin Phoenix, that was really, really good movie.
I did enjoy that movie a lot. And the twist was pretty good, argument of what time they were actually in.
Yeah, I was in the time. I really was, because I love I love all kind of movies. I like westerns and stuff. So this was like one of those. I'm watching this and with this is Little House on the Prairie almost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, it also begs the question too: could they actually do something like that today?
Right.
Can they have a society where you could convince them that there's no outside amenities like that, any planes or automobiles or anything like that? Also, how would they do that if they were going to do that?
because you have to clear the airspace too, right? You got to clear the airspace.
Yeah.
You got to have, even if you don't clear the airspace, you got to clear the area of certain sounds, unless you're going to have somebody explaining what those sounds are from far away. And if you, so it's easy for the newborn, because you can tell them whatever as they grow up, and they'll just believe whatever's going on, whatever you tell them. But as far as where do you start it at, though? So somebody has to be the orator. Somebody has to be the beginning of it. So you, last call, you would have to say, okay, I'm going to create this atmosphere. For sure, you got to have enough money, right? Because you got.
Well, remember how it started. They all had something tragic occur in their lives where they had to make a decision to start this new society.
Correct.
Right. So they had to agree on that, and however the heck they were going to do it, and then take on the next. Or influence the next generation to be able to do that too.
And the one of the key things that they had to do, now you would have to do that as a father or a grandfather or a brother. Well, no, actually the people who began it. So if you're starting, we're the elders, so we're going to start this, right? Yeah. So then we would have to potentially watch your siblings or your children, potentially pass away because you can't go and get modern medicine.
That's the other thing too.
You would have to like let things happen, quote unquote, like as they would in nature. Because things wouldn't be available to you theoretically. So
I'd be interested in hear what you have to say, Defrauding Charlatans, what you would do if you were in that case, and then your medicine. You needed medicine from the outside world,
and you knew it was available. But you guys, we made a pact, right? Me, last call, Miss Murph, Keeper, we Defrauding. We made a pact that we're gonna raise these kids this way, and we're not going to veer from that. And I think it was very, human nature took over when, the father said, "Yeah, let me just." let me send them out to. I want to save my kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that also could go what we were talking about before, DC. Say in Chicago, it's too violent. We want better for the future generation. We could make our own society away from that, outside of the city, and develop this thing too. That could work in a few ways, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, but you would have to have a strong elder board, and the decisions would have to be made. I mean, could you imagine arguing and fighting over this stuff, especially when it's your turn to look the other way for your daughter or your son, and for sure that you can just, there's nothing out there, really, because you've been scaring everybody inside the village. There's nothing out there, and you're looking at your kid, and chances are if then your wife knows, so you both know, and you both are watching where you can just go get a whatever it is, whether it's a C-19 or a flu or something, you can go and get some kind of vaccine or aspirin, a leave, just the simple things. You can't, you have to ignore all of those things.
That's what. Well, right away, I don't think I'd be able to do it.
Right. Yeah. You're right. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. How do you do that?
Yeah. They have to be making a distillery out there for me too, man. Couldn't just be surviving on natural water and all that stuff.
Yeah. And so you're drinking river water, right? Water right off the rocks. Whatever system they had back then to filter the water, which probably was none. Right.
The liquid off the leaves and that sort of nonsense.
Yeah. You get your medicine from the doctor who is drunk and passed out most of the time, and if your I guess your anesthesias was probably a little bit more pure. You know what I'm saying? They were your elixirs and all of that stuff. So you would have to like live a life that especially, and that's the other thing too, they went from total comfort to that. It wasn't like they went from something that was close to it. They went from like, remember when you got to the fence, it was regular people with cars, and they were living like, they were living modern life. So you had to go back to that. And then when it comes to getting sick, excuse me, some of those deaths were slow. So you have to watch
infections.
You have to watch the infections grow and fester, and watch somebody fever for 30 days, and you know what I'm saying. So it's it's an interesting. I like how Defrauding was talking about like modern horrors.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting conversation.
Where we don't really, like, we're not afraid of things that people were afraid of years ago. And the evidence for me is like when I go to movies and you see people laughing at at some of the death scenes. You know what I'm saying? Where we so desensitized to some of the stuff.
Yes.
And also too, the Freddy Krueger became the show. Jason became the show.
When they weren't really like that. Exactly. First you had the sympathy for them, or at least Jason, because of how he came to be, sort of deal. So it was like a tragic figure. Now you just kind of, it's right. You look for the kills. You look for what became entertainment is the creativity of the kills after that, right? What do you do?
It comes with our personal development too, as we grow and we realize that the world is not black and white. We were sold that bill of goods, like there was bad, it was evil, and there's good, and we really didn't talk about in between. Growing up, it was like, and those movies. That's why I like the ending of The Mist, where you're like, oh, this is not. This just didn't feel good. It didn't feel good at all. When you leave the movies years ago, you wanted to feel good. That did not feel good leaving that movie.
Yeah, you got what do they call the getaway girl?
Final girl.
The final girl. Yeah, you had that at least, and you were like, all right, good. All right. You made it through that movie. You just felt like, damn.
You felt dirty, like, oh.
You left with your head down and walking out of the theater, man.
And it was so good, right? Everything was, there was some, they showed you like the human nature, what happens, and when we start turning against each other, and you got different people clicking up, and you got people with their religious ideology. So like you had all of that, which is relatable, right? And then you had the end scene where he's like, okay, well, they're gonna get us, we gotta do whatever. I don't want to spoil for people that didn't see it.
I don't believe that. You can't do spoilers, dude. It's if it's over a decade old, there's no spoilers. You can't expect it, man. Yeah.
All do and it's like, okay, we got this gun, we gotta off each other, and then the army comes and saves everybody after you get rid of your kids, and you know what I'm saying? Like that was just,
you might as well go after that too, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
I did not expect that. Talking about like unexpected things, I did not expect that. That was tough.
That's another how about that for another category? Bleak endings.
Yeah.
So The Mist, The Thing would be one, because we don't know. The verdict is still out on who survives.
Right.
In The Thing too. They both, were one of them The Thing?
Right.
Towards the end, there's a lot of theories towards that, or you could assume both of them go. Even Night of the Living Dead had a bleak ending. They made it through that house and everything. The black protagonist finally makes it, and again, the jury is out. Did they shoot him because they saw a black man? There's actually papers written on that,
right?
Of why they shot him in the first place. But he made it, and those guys that actually made it through the night get shot by the mob when they open the window.
Right.
How crazy is that?
Yeah. Yeah, man. You could, and so do you need, at the end of a movie, do you need resolution, or are you like, do you, when you walk out of a movie, because so there's a different experience for me going to the movies, and there's a different experience from that than sitting at home. I'm not saying that one of them is greater or less than, but I know leaving the movie, there is a walk to the car. And if you go with somebody, there's kind of like a discussion, you know what I'm saying? So there's like a different kind of, you know, people are moving and everybody's kind of talking. So, and throughout the movie, there's a whole, you know, there's an audience. So there is there's a different feeling coming out of a movie theater. So like when I went to see, this is not a horror, when I went to see Independence Day years ago at the movie theater, I remember walking out of the movie theater, and I was in New Jersey, and we were like walking out like, what do we, you know, it just like everything felt different just walking out, looking up at the sky, everything, you know, the possibilities of aliens. Like there's a reaction to that. When you in your house, you kind of, the movie goes off and you just kind of, all right, you might turn on to something else, you might, or you just get up and go to the bathroom. So it's a different feeling walking out of the movies. So when you walk out of the movies, do you need to be like, all right, I'm satisfied with that, or are you okay with going, yo, what the fuck just happened here?
I think Independence Day, I think it was the one that you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's a good question. And I wonder if the genre is a thing that matters too. Right? Mm-hmm. It's saying that, and it not being a horror movie, I'm reminded of even Glory. Remember the movie Glory at the end?
Yep.
Like everybody dies, you know, and it's history, you know, it's more or less of kind of what happened, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously one might feel better than the other, but if you're just taking it solely for storytelling, I don't know, man.
Like, do you need the quote unquote good guy to win when you leave a movie? Do you feel anything when you watched at the end of Avengers, not Endgame, what was the other one? Infinity Wars.
I don't know what you think of that one, but go ahead.
You didn't see Infinity Wars?
No, I stopped. I'm not even in that world. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
you're not going to relate to me with superhero stuff. Like
so the bottom line, because I'm not a comic book follower of the stories.
Yeah.
I just was following the movies, and I know, like, you know your typical heroes. You know your Captain America. You know your Spider-Man, your Iron Man, like Hulk. You know those guys.
Yeah.
But I honestly wasn't like familiar with like Black Panther and all of that. Like really familiar. I knew of the characters, but I wasn't familiar with them. So the movies brought a lot of that to life, and then I was able to go down the rabbit hole with those things. But at the end of Infinity Wars, like half of them die. And I remember, you know, going into a superhero action sci-fi movie, you know, growing up, we watched G.I. Joe. Like if something, the cartoon, if a bomb hit the airplane, everybody jumped out and everybody had a parachute.
Yeah.
Everybody made it. And then to watch like people, like some of your favorite superheroes just gone. I was, you know, it was just like one of them things, walking to the car. I was like, man, what the hell did I just watch? That wasn't supposed to happen. And I had my daughter, she might have been like 8 or 9 at the time. We both walking out of the thing in tears. Like, yeah. So I felt like I almost felt like I was cheated. Like I didn't come to see, you know, I didn't come to see Black Panther die. I didn't come to see, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I mean when it comes to that. Miss Murphy saying she doesn't need it.
Well, you know, even in writing too, you know, back in the day, you know, just basic writing, we learned that what is it, that plot diagram where it has the exposition and then the rising action, the climax, and then, you know, the resolution, the falling action, and then to the resolution. So some things have to, it's kind of how stories are made, right? So we feel like everything ties up in a certain way. But if we go back to those you know, how things are written and whatnot. What these things are supposed to be is a life and time of regular people where extraordinary situations happen to them, you know. So I think in that relation, as we put ourselves in those shoes, we like to see things resolve, you know, to how the next day would be. Because that's one thing when we see these movies about, you know, these superheroes, this, that, these comics, they smash up the whole city. You know, what happens the next day after that when people have to go to work? You have buildings crashed.
Yeah.
You know, the subway system down. There's like nothing remaining in what happens the next day, you know, after that as well. So I don't know. I think we kind of expect it because that's kind of how life is. You know, and then not to get to more morbid things, but it's funny. I was just talking to my cousin, you know, we had a passing in the family as well. Her husband had died too, after another cousin had passed away. And, you know, she went out to do stuff and then she came back in and she's like, you know, people, you know, this tragedy happened in our family and people are still out there, just their day continues, you know. And that's kind of how we have to reset ourselves after all this traumatizing, crazy stuff that happens out there. So, you know, maybe in a way I look for things to be resolved. You know, otherwise it's just affirmation that everything is just fucked up.
Yeah, but listen, now I know you said you know, but give those movies a chance because they actually touch on the fact that those things happen. Like that becomes part of the storyline in these movies. The damage, the death toll, like that actually becomes part of the storyline, and that you know, anyway, we on horror. I don't want to get into that. We on horror, but
I agree with a brother of a certain age, by the way, that I like those kind of movies where everything is fucked up afterwards and it can't be repaired. I kind of like that feeling because to me, those particular movies are like reality. Like when certain things happen in this world, there's no going back to the way things were. Like nothing is just summed up and wrapped up and here we go, let's move forward. No, there's fallout, there's damage, there's trauma, there's years later people are still suffering from the effects of the pandemic that we had here in the real world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good point. Yeah. If you're sending that kind of message also, that's very real, I would imagine, right? Yeah, definitely. Things won't go back the way that they were. So yeah, okay. That's another way to look at that too. I definitely say that.
And like I said, I know you said those you know, those Marvel movies or whatever in DC, like you're not checking in for, but they use a lot of, you know, like real world situations and a cause and effect. So if you have some time, take a look at some of them. Outside of the CG and all the pomp and circumstances, you might find that those things at least those questions get asked during the course of these movies.
Yeah, I guess you're right with that. It's just like
you're not going.
You know, it's just like, you know, you're like the one they did a good job with, and then they just flood you with like 50 other freaking movies like that summer.
Listen, bro, I need that I don't need it, but you know what I'm saying? I need that entertainment. I need that. So I'm cool with it. But nah, I feel you though.
And just like, dude, slow down with all of these, man.
Yeah.
Marvel did it once with remember when Thanos snapped everybody out of existence?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like I walked out of Infinity Wars like in tears with my daughter because I didn't know. I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, they lost. And not only did they lose, but every movie after that was affected by the drama that happened with that. Yeah. And I thought that was good. I was like, that's how it should be done.
Yeah. They
you thought it was good as a Marvel fan, or did you think it was you were as a story fan, a fan of movies or storytelling?
I think as a fan of storytelling, it was good. As a Marvel fan, maybe not, because I guess that, you know, the idea is that evil is supposed to lose. Thanos is not supposed to win. You want to see your heroes make it out of the situation. That's why people turn the comic pages, and so that they can see how their hero is going to get themselves out of this impossible situation and beat the odds.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured that you, as a writer, that you would look at it like that because, um, you know, part of when you're writing these stories, um, when you look at it, do you look at like several different ends playing out, or for you have something in mind and you just go there?
When I'm writing it or when I'm watching it?
Yeah, if you writing it and when you watching it, I know you have respect for the whole idea of the story, but when you're writing it.
To be honest with you, because I write first person horror and first person perspective, I really don't have a plan, to be honest with you, above a certain age. What happens is first person horror is I'm writing a character in a world. So what happens is I kind of get the ideas, they come to me in the voice of the character that I'm writing about. And I'm seeing the world through what they're seeing. I'm seeing the situation that they're seeing. And then I build and I develop it as I go. And a lot of it goes back to the idea of improvisational acting, right? That was actually my whole background in acting was improvisational acting, making it up as I go, but also remembering what I've said on stage before so I can tie this in and make a whole story out of it. So it's the same thing with what I'm doing. I'm trying to tie up loose ends. So like I might write a whole lot of different things into one story, but then I find myself trying to tie it all up in the end. Is pretty much what I look at and where I'm going with things. But when I write third person, when I'm outside of the story and it's a narrator, there's a whole plan. There's a setting, there's a theme, there's a idea of where I'm going. There's a whole like skeleton structure of an outline. But that's only when I do third person. I feel like I can't really get into the character's mind in first person if there's an outline. If you get what I mean.
Yeah. Do you care? I don't know if care is the right word, but do you consider the consumers, like how they're gonna feel if they don't, like when you going into it, like you look like, okay, they're not gonna get closure and I love it. This is real, so they just have to deal with it because I'm giving them a real, or like, you know what, let me give them some closure, or it just depends on what you're writing.
Man, I hate to say it, but I hate to not give closure because what is more horrific or what makes you feel worse in life than not getting closure to something in a situation? How many times have you been in a relationship where you're with somebody and things went left, but you don't know why, and that person never gave you closure and never told you why it didn't go out, the right way, and you start thinking to yourself like that becomes a part of you, that becomes a memory that sometimes lingers in the back of your mind. It creates this new imposing fear of future situations and relationships. Anything that echoes it makes you afraid because you're like, wait a minute, I once had a situation with this person that didn't go well. And I like that. I like that feeling. I like that idea because it's real.
That doesn't that contrast with your earlier thought on not having a resolution before?
Of not having a resolution that I'm not going to give them closure?
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing is with me, when it comes to that, I pick and choose when I'm going to do it. A lot of times it's kind of like, I'm writing a story. This particular character is facing impossible odds and stuff like that. I'm at the point now where I'm at an ending point. I could sum it all up with he'll never be the same again. I can sum it up with he's in prison right now because nobody believes the story and they think he's the killer. I could sum it up. There's all these different ways that I can now go. But what if I just don't give him closure and I just leave it where it's at? At that particular point in time, that person has to think about what this all means and where this all came from. They have to kind of like create a narrative around it. And then that begins discussion, right? Where people can talk amongst each other and be like, well, I think it was going this way, or I think this is what happened after it. What is it? No Country for Old Men did that as well. Which I love. I think that's one of the best movies of all time is No Country for Old Men. It's slow as hell, but I think it's one of the best ones of all time because of how it ended it.
Okay.
Like, so, yeah, and I agree with you, but there was like, it was kind of like that with the I don't know, I'm drawing a blank on the director, but that Batman trilogy with
Nolan.
Yeah.
Christopher.
Yeah, like I wanted to see. They left me with that last, like, the trilogy was good, don't get me wrong, but that last like 10 minutes left me like I wanted to see part 4.
Right.
I wanted to see Robin. I wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Alfred. And I was like, but I had to, I went into, you dive into the rabbit hole on the internet and get with like-minded people and start seeing different theories. But did he reconnect with Alfred, with Catwoman?
Right.
And that cat, like, they left you so many things and
many possibilities.
Yeah, that because one of the things he mentioned about wearing a mask to the Robin character was that he did it to protect his, not protect himself. He did it to protect his family, his loved ones. So now you see he has access to all of that, all of the technology, the money. And, saying I wanted to see more, but I was satisfied, but creatively, these guys do what they do, and they just leave it there and they go about their business. They go to the next movie. But as a fan, like I wanted to see Robin. Like, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to see where it went next, but
it was left. It was left out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Defrauding, you see that question for you there? Are you self-taught writer, or did you have a formal training for what you do?
So that's a hard one to answer because I believe we all are not self-taught writers because of school, right? All of us went to school and all of us had English class and stuff like that, all the way up through college, if you've gone to college and stuff. And we've all had those classes. And it just so happens with me, I was always good at English, right? I was not a good math student. Math was difficult for me. I caught on to that really slow, but I had a different kind of taking to English class. English was extremely easy for me. I was able to write papers like the last day. Like I could have a paper that was 10 pages long and it was due a few months down the line. I could literally write a 10-page paper the day before and it would read just as good as if I had wrote it a few months ahead of time. And I noticed that right away about myself, but also my teachers noticed that about me. And a lot of them started to understand that I was writing this stuff off the fly and I was doing it at the last minute. And when one of them figured it out, they were like, that's insane that you have that ability, that you can do something like that and make it look as if it was written a while ago, but it's not. And what happens is the way I got caught was cutting corners. One time, one of my teachers, they did something when Wikipedia came out and it became famous. They went in there and they edited something to make it as to where it came out weird. But the teacher had only did it a week ago, right? So anyway, when I was writing my research paper, I included that weird stuff in there that was not a part of the real history. And the teacher was like, well, the only way that you could have gotten that is that you use the source I told you not to use, which is Wikipedia, 1. And then 2, I wrote that a week ago. So I was like, well, dang, I was caught. So she got me good. And after that, I started putting a little bit more care into stuff and I started writing it a little bit earlier. And I really started delving into like doing research the right way and not using Wikipedia and using scholarly and academic sources. As far as my education in writing, I would say my education in writing is just formal, just school, just going to, grammar school, high school, college, taking English up to as many classes as I could. And right now, because of my studies, so I might as well just say what it is. I'm in Homeland Security for school. So inside of Homeland Security, it's a lot of writing, it's a lot of reading. I take a lot of legal classes and stuff like that. I'm no lawyer or nothing like that. I'm not like Stephanie Collins. I ain't at that level. It's just a regular criminal justice with
shout out Stephanie.
Yeah, shout out to Steph. It's criminal justice with that extra added layer of the federal stuff. So, there's a lot of reading and writing in it, and I do pretty well with the writing and stuff like that. And I took the writing skills from over there and I kind of applied it to this story stuff, which is why I spent so many years practicing, is because I'm doing something outside of the wheelhouse, because creative writing is not the same as doing writing for school. So that's why it takes so long for me to like break it down and figure out how to be a creative writer.
But you also narrate your stuff too. So like, there's the writing and there's also the narrating and voice tone, pitch, like things like that. Is that all? Because that's like almost a form of like theater.
Well, that's acting. I was saying that I've been acting professionally since I was 10 years old. So I originally started off with acting with a company called People's Jazz Theater. And then after People's Jazz Theater, I had went over to the Beverly Arts Center. And then when I got to the Beverly Arts Center, not only was I an improvisational actor and also I did like regular plays, but I also was a playwright and an acting coach at the age of like 11 or 12. So I used to write a play, have the kids act it out, and then I would coach them how to be better actors. And then I stopped doing that around about 18. My last play was at the DuSable Museum here in Chicago. We did a Blair Holt story, and I did pretty decent with that. But a lot of times they wanted to get into that musical stuff. That is where my weakness was at. I was not a good musical guy. They got into doing musicals and they were doing rapping. I can't rap. I couldn't rap back then. I don't think I can now. That kind of killed it for me because I was mostly acting with African American companies. So with that being said, it was normally going to lead towards those musicals and getting into rapping or singing. Now I can sing, but I can't rap.
Well, wait! Don't try to glance over that.
Oh no!
Don't try to. Uh-oh. Nah, I'm good. Do your thing, bro.
I ain't got no Divine 7 vocals though. Theater singing.
Nah, I'm just messing with you. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
No, it's all good. I talk too much, man.
That's awesome. Sorry, go ahead.
Nah, so you could do theater singing. This is all right, cool. I'm gonna keep that in mind. So like I was saying, like y'all inspired me to really push that Halloween joint. Let's put something on our Halloween and have this kind of discussion, man. And I'll reach out to you in behind the scenes, Defraud. Now, like the creative in me, like ideas is like going crazy right now. I'm half listening and I'm half like, oh, but
you got to do this.
Yeah,
please do anything, you guys. I'll be part of that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I just wanted to kind of do my weekly podcast and keep that up. But with the excitement of it being October, I was like, what? We're never going to run out of stuff to talk about. So let me jump on it, and I'll just start with the classics and what people like, and then wherever it goes from there, we could do our different parts.
Yeah.
I saw you post up earlier the Pearl. I think I haven't seen that one yet. It's on the list as top 100 horror movies, so I got to go check that one out.
Yeah, they did a good job with that one. I think you may have popped off there for a second, but it was part of a trilogy that Ty West was doing. Mm-hmm. So I think it started with X, right? So X, and then Pearl, and then Maxine was the last one.
I see.
Where's the list from? I want to take a look at the list.
I'm gonna send it to you. I got a list of the top 100 horror movies, and I'm definitely gonna go down this list of movies to watch during this Halloween month. And maybe we should talk about it like Drama and Slander did. Top 100 rappers.
Yeah, for sure. That's dope. I like that. Yeah,
we have to do that, but again, we're gonna get into the different categories and stuff.
Oh
right?
Yeah.
So maybe we could we could figure out a way we could communicate and do that where it comes to like if you want slashers, if you want horror or like are we doing like time frame, or are we just going all in from what time frame to what time frame?
Yeah, that would be interesting because there's so many remakes and stuff that we have to get the appropriate time frame too. So
maybe we can do like the remakes, the best remakes, remakes versus originals. Like I said, slashers, thrillers, gore. Because like, what do you guys consider like? Do you guys consider Final Destination and Saw, are those the same type of movies, or is Saw, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've never heard that comparison before. That's interesting. Huh.
Because when survivalists, or they're obviously like a game sort of,
right?
Survivalist game kind of deal. There's monsters, but then the various sort of monsters, right? Like we were saying, the zombies, the cannibalistic movies,
right?
All that camping could be a movie or category, right?
Zombies might be the easiest one for us to start with because zombies is kind of like universal. We know what falls into a zombie category.
Yeah.
Zombies is easy.
Yeah.
It's zombie. It's not enough to just go monsters or something like that. You got to break it down because there's several werewolf films,
vampire
films, all that.
And I typed that in the chat earlier. That's a crazy movie.
What's that? Which one?
It's a vampire movie called Let the Right One In.
I never saw it.
Was that the original one or the remake?
I believe it was the original I saw, I think.
It was Norwegian or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. That was a great movie. They remade it, which they didn't do such a great. Yeah. If you didn't see the original or whatever, but I really found the original a great movie, the way that they did it.
I see. Is that the one from 15 years ago? Because I see one from 15 and one from 2 years ago.
Probably 15 years. Let me. It's slightly named differently too. The right one. No, they're not going to put it on my.
Yeah, I see one from like Showtime. I see a trailer, and then I see a trailer from Magnolia.
Oh, what is this? Season 1? No, it's not that. Let me see something else here for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to figure out which one it is. And you said that's a vampire movie?
Yeah, it's a vampire movie.
Okay.
I hope I'm not giving away the whole plot by just saying that much because I don't know if they made it so apparent at first.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the write-up. It's saying something about a
series.
Fragile anxious boy, 12 years old, bullied by stronger classmates, but never strikes back. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the one from 15 years ago. I see. All right, I'll look at the trailer later.
It should be that. Because the other one, do they name the other one the same? I think there's a slight difference.
There's a slight difference, if I'm not mistaken. Because I was looking it up earlier, too, and they said it was a slight difference in the title. It was Let the Right One In, and, dang, I forgot what that one was called. But it was a slight difference. Yeah, you're right.
I think it's this one, though, right?
I can't see the screen, unfortunately, of what you got YouTube screen.
Well, that one says 2008, so I think Oscar. Yeah, I saw that name in the write-up. I saw it. Oscar, an overlooked bully boy, finds love and revenge through Eli, a beautiful but peculiar girl.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, and it got a 7.8 out of 10 according to what service is this?
IMDb. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's usually pretty good.
I'm surprised they gave it a 7.8 and not something higher because I keep hearing from other people or other critics that that's the best horror movie. The best vampire movie of all time. They say
it's on Tubi for free. I see. So if you get Tubi, it's free, so you can watch that. I'm gonna check that out.
I think this is the remake. Let Me In.
Yeah, Let Me In is the remake.
Yeah, don't worry about that one. Don't worry about that one for now.
But they did a remake 2 years later.
Yeah, because this one, I'm not even sure it's in English, if I remember.
Okay.
Yeah, when I saw it, I don't think it was in English. I think I was reading subtitles.
Let's see if I get a country.
They didn't wait, huh? They went right into it.
Stockholm. Is this? Yeah, 1982. There it is. Okay. Yeah, this is the one. Also trying to remember another vampire one. This one's Korean. I can't. It's one word. It's one of the best vampire movies I've seen of recent.
Yes. I see another one that says "Let the Right One In." I don't know if that's a.
No, this is the one you want. Let the Right One In.
Yeah, that's the one you want.
The other one is Let Me In, which, yeah, don't worry about that one.
Okay.
For now,
that one was bad. I heard.
They didn't capture the essence like you would want, you know. Hang on for 1 second. It's getting kind of late. I want to, man. Hey, just a side note though. Brother of a Certain Age.
Yes, sir.
There were 2 songs I wanted you to check out from our discussion, the discussion that you had last week. Just because I was playing something, it reminded me. I wish I would have told you about it. If you look at Scarface,
okay,
one of his songs, it's called the S word, not the S word, but the Sue word that we got kicked off line for.
Oh, okay.
The unaliving word, that, and Crazy Bone with the same name of that word. I just find it's a great adult take on both of those songs, the way that they were doing it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you what they got me for on that. Just to see, because I went and looked at they got me for. Let's see, where's that thing at? Well, do your thing. Keep talking. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna go into my studio and see what they got me for, because we didn't change anything. The topic we were talking, I guess we changed how we were talking.
Yeah.
But they streamed down. Fucking, where did they do that? Oh, it was removed.
Go ahead.
No, I'm clicking on it now to see what it says.
Because even I made a couple mistakes. I let it slip there a couple times. And I was like, whoops. We didn't really even know what the heck it was. Damn, I'm trying to find the name of this. There's a Korean movie. It's not Bite, Fly, Wing, Vamp. Oh, that's another movie I liked while I'm looking for this too. We were talking about kind of horror comedies and all that stuff. Boom. Got to put this one in here. The Grace Jones.
Vamp. Oh, you went back, right?
Salem's Lot. Huh. Gotta check that out.
Vamp. What's the name? Was good. I don't find it in a lot of places, but this movie called Wolfen.
That sounds familiar.
That was Gregory Hines. It was in New York, and the wolves were actually Native Americans, and they were turning into wolves at night, and they would show the kills with an Ian, a WOLFEN.
Oh, wait.
It would show when the kills would come, they would show them from like the eyes of the view of the wolf. You would see like it would have like a 81.
Yeah, I seen this one come up. I got to go back and check it out. All right.
Yeah, little before your time, Defrauding, but nevertheless, you like horror, so nevertheless.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. It doesn't matter what era it's from.
Gregory Hines, he was a good actor, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in all kind of stuff, comedies, dramas. He was in all kind of stuff.
The movie he really got me in that I could watch anytime is Tap. Had all those legends in it.
Yeah, that was good. And History of the World too. All his scenes in History of the World were great. I don't know if you saw it.
That name sounds old to me for some reason, because when you said Gregory Hines, I immediately assumed he was a tap dancer for some reason. But,
that's what he's known for.
Okay, then yeah, I know him.
Yeah. Gregory. All right, let's see.
I think I don't know. Was it Crave? Man, it's gonna kill me if I don't get the name of this movie.
I'm sorry, I'm messing around. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help.
There's a Korean vampire movie that is really, really good. Like the way he comes about. If I could recommend two movies, I can't. It's like one name. It's Crave or Bite or something like that. I'm gonna put this one up for you.
All right, so I looked up 17 K-dramas with vampire storyline. All right, let's see. So number 7, Vampire Flower, no. Freeze, Bulgasol, The Immortal Souls, Kissable Lips, The Sweet Blood.
Sorry, everybody. I don't want to be boring you online. We're gonna wrap it up in a little bit.
Immortal Goddess. Nah, do you think, man? Bite Sisters. That sounds like some Vampire Idol. The Vampire Lives Next Door to Us. These are all Korean. Heartbeat. Vampire Prosecutor. Yeah, okay. Man, the Vampire Detective. No.
I got it. It's stored somewhere.
Blood. Hello, Francesca. Orange Marmalade.
That's an interesting title. A Vampire Detective. You can do something with that.
Yeah. Scholar Who Walks the Night. Thirst. Okay, that's it. That was.
Did you guys see this one?
What's that? Let me go back to you. Nope, never seen that.
Definitely worth it, man.
What movie is that you're showing?
Contracted.
Oh yeah, I saw Contracted. Man, that movie was good. I liked it.
Like surprisingly good. Surprisingly good.
Well, listen.
Like when I originally turned it on, I didn't know what I was going to see. I didn't expect that.
Yeah. Like it just got good out of nowhere. You're just like, okay, man. Like, okay.
Yeah, the first line in this description is like, yeah. Okay.
That's some stuff that people could be afraid of these days, right? Because that's what's going on out here.
Ooh, that's right. I saw it before all that. Let me see what it's saying in the first line. Where the hell is it? Where do I have this thing? One of the most. It really was a good film. The way that it developed.
Is this,
I like the girl.
Subtitles and stuff, or is it dubbed?
No.
Okay.
No, I think it's like in maybe Los Angeles or something like that.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, she looked. Oh, okay. Teeth falling out. All right. Yeah, this looks interesting.
They really paced it well. It was a very simple concept, but it was a good concept because it was simple. And it was something that was kind of like realistic. It could happen in this world. It's something that people out here are doing.
Yeah, all of it.
Was the villains.
Not your average one night stand. That's the tagline.
What are you looking at the screen? Are you looking it up on your own, or does it actually say that?
No. I'm watching the little trailer you got. It doesn't have volume, but I'm watching what you have what you shared on the screen.
So I'm like, holy crap, that was pretty vivid, dude.
That's what it's saying. They throwing up those words. What did y'all think of the Candyman? Because it's not a remake. It's a sequel.
I didn't see the new one. I don't know why.
It's an actual sequel when you watch it.
Really?
It's not a remake. Yeah, it's not a remake.
The people that didn't like it is numerous. I know that. From my standpoint of watching Candyman, I'm too old to be afraid of Candyman. But
you in Chicago too, so y'all got a whole different, Yeah.
when I was a kid, I was afraid of it because it happened over there, and I believe Caprini Green over there
Yeah.
on the low end. So what happened was is I could have been afraid of it back then, right? Or is that Cabrini Green or is that the Robert Taylor Holmes? I forget
What
which
was
one, but
Cabrini Green? The original one was in
Oh,
Cabrini Green.
yeah,
okay.
Cabrini Green, that one because that's the one where the lady. So the real story behind it was is that the drug runners and gangbangers had burrowed out walls and a system of walls through the project so they could run from house to house when the police came to chase them down. A lady with
Mm.
schizophrenia was sitting there in her house one day and she kept proclaiming to people that there's people running through her mirror in the bathroom and they run through her house and go to other rooms. Because she had schizophrenia, nobody believed her and nobody
Mhm.
thought it was real. Police officers were afraid to go into Caprini Green because they just didn't know what was going to happen in there. They didn't know whether or not they were going to be shot and killed. There was all kinds of things happening where a drug dealer would go in one place and come out another. It was like some other stuff going on there, right? So what happened was is finally somebody believed this lady that had schizophrenia that these people were coming through her wall and they found out that it's true. There's all these tunnels, there's all these different routes, there's tunnels underneath the houses, all kind of stuff. But yeah, that is the original story. So when they brought this new sequel that you said, I liked it. I liked it. I thought it was good. I thought it was cool. They tied in a lot of loose ends. I liked the music. I did like the kill scenes. I thought the kill scenes was pretty cool.
Yeah,
I thought the transformation was cool. I like how
that's what
they
I was
tied
gonna
it
ask
up in.
because looking at this trailer for Contracted, I was thinking of
Hmm.
how his transformation happened. This trailer is showing this lady, she's getting a little scars, she's eyes getting messed up. So that made me think of the newer the Candyman sequel where he
Yeah,
was like decline into well without saying it because I know last call didn't see it, but
No,
it
it's
was
cool.
it definitely is a sequel, and you'll see if you don't if you get familiar with the first one and then there's I want to say about halfway to 3/4 through you'll see why they directly connect it and you okay this is a sequel.
This is I got the name totally wrong. It's called Thirst for the Korean movie.
I gotta
Oh,
check.
okay. I think that was on this top list. I think did I see it? Vampire Prosecutor, Heartbeat.
Again, cinematically, it it's a good take on that genre, on the vampire genre.
Mm.
Some of these guys,
What
I
kind
missed the
of
name.
vampire was it though?
Say again.
Like, what kind of vampires was it though? Was it like Japanese or Korean inspired vampires? Was it like the beautiful vampires that twinkle in the sunlight like Twilight, or was it
Oh,
like
don't
Nosferatu?
get me started on. No, it's more like not being so fantastical. So discovering, some of the ability. You see, it gets this guy here from Old Boy, from that whole. I don't know if you know it.
Oh boy, it's a great movie.
Old Boy. That's from the original Old Boy. Lady Vengeance, and I think it's called Audacity, or something like that. All those people, um, and
This
another.
this 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 list I had, it was a top 17. Thirst is the best Korean vampire drama according to this Screen Rant.
Oh, that's
Boom.
tight.
There
Yeah,
you go. I
yeah.
bought it too, but I gave it away to somebody. Damn
Yeah.
it.
So one of so a bloodthirsty vampire looks like, according to folklore, all with stunning visuals, a dark gritty tone, and a love story for ages. So
All right. So
yeah,
there's kind of your answer of maybe
I
what
mean,
kind of vampire
yeah,
it could be over there.
follows a guy who follows a priest, a Catholic priest who volunteers for a vaccine development project,
Right.
and then after dying, he's given an accidental transfusion of vampire blood and ends up. Okay, so yeah, I'll leave that right there. Let you.
And
you
if you got like the big screen, if you want to like really set it up with the speakers and stuff, It's cinematically, it'll take you on a ride too that way.
I
Visually,
wouldn't watch it any other way.
Yeah. Visually, very nice. Very nice visually.
Let me see if it's playing anywhere on IMDb, because IMDb usually tells you where it's playing if any of these damn apps I got, if it's playing on any of them.
I hate that, dude. You could have all these. They want you to buy the special one.
Man,
they want you to have all these subscriptions.
Yeah.
It's not even on normally it would say right here where it says Amazon, tell you what it's playing on.
Yeah.
So I don't even see it playing on any of those things.
It's the rent or buy on Prime or Amazon.
Yeah.
So yeah. Sometimes people will post the shit on YouTube. They'll post whole damn movies on there.
Sometimes. And look, it says not even like I like the ratings and stuff, but it says 7.1, which is pretty damn high, especially for a foreign movie.
First movie. Let me see, full movie. Let's see.
I'm gonna type it in Prime just to see. I doubt it, but
no, you gotta buy it. You gotta buy or rent it on YouTube. And it's only $15 on YouTube, so I don't know.
Careful, because there's a couple different names for Thirst, or a couple different movies under Thirst too.
Nah, because it says director of Old Boy delivers a wicked love story, takes classic vampire lore.
Okay.
Looking at the actors. Yeah, nah, I feel you. I try to match it up. Let's see.
Yeah.
What is this? Sometimes, like you said, sometimes they'll give you the okie doke. What's this? This is something else. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple of different.
Yeah, they say it's the best.
Yeah.
Anytime said that it's the best in the genre, I gotta see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to part with it.
Keeper. This was put it like this: as soon as I saw it, I had to buy the DVD right away because I was like, "This is a classic." And a lot of these things, that's when the floodgates were open for all the rights of all the videos on Amazon and Netflix. Like they didn't have no licensing agreements with nobody.
Right.
So I was like, hell yeah. And a lot of these, they're very unassuming, right? Very much like a Contracted. Did you see that one, Keeper? I love that movie too, man.
You still on? You still hanging on? Because I was gonna run downstairs real quick.
Yeah, I'll hang out for a little bit more.
All right.
It was another movie. This is a funny, goofy kind of horror movie, I guess. But I Sell the Dead or We Sell the Dead, something like that. I kind of
like an English movie.
Yeah,
I remember that movie.
Yeah, I like that. I ain't gonna even lie to you. That's like a guilty pleasure movie that I watch from time to time, and I'm like, man, this has some of everything.
So if I remember, I only watched it one time, like late night. They robbed graves or something like that.
Right.
Those two were hilarious, man.
Which was like a professional career back then, where people were actually doing that because there weren't enough cadavers to go around, but people needed to do research at the colleges and universities. So people were robbing graves in order to sell them over to the universities. And the true story behind that one is that one day the person got killed like recently or something like that. Like they literally killed some guy that everybody knew, and he was like somebody that was like a drifter that people recognized. They had him on the table and they were doing dissections and stuff on him, and then somebody screamed, "Hey, wait a minute, isn't that Drunk Harry or something like that?" And then boom, they had a whole scandal on their hands because now it was like, oh, so now we're murdering people and doing these experiments. So like that was a thing back then with the cadavers.
Yeah. I mean, dude, just weird stuff. Who knows what's out there? If we really were privy to all the stuff that they do out there, you know. But I guess in that business too, they figure who the hell's gonna know?
Yeah.
You know.
Dude, real life horror story of today. Well, not today, but a couple years back, maybe about 5-10 years ago. Here in Chicago, Burr Oak Cemetery, what they were doing was they were selling plots of land for the different places of where you could
Oh,
bury somebody. When they
mhm.
were already there was somebody in that particular plot,
Oh,
and they would just pile the bodies on top of each other, basically.
oh,
And then they were
jeez.
grave robbing. They were digging people and stealing jewelry and stuff off of them. They even
You
went so
see?
far as to resell caskets that have already been buried. It's just like,
Oh shit!
yeah, they was doing it big time over there, man. They was doing it big time.
How did they get
So it's
caught?
like, I forgot how they got caught. I just remember the part where it came on the news. And then we have family members that were buried over there. And then they was like, man, we need to go check to go see him to see if it's been disturbed or not.
Yeah, yeah,
And if they changed the nameplate or whatever.
yeah. Holy crap, man!
Yeah. It's some wild stuff going on out here in real life every day.
Every day, every day.
And it's like one of those things that has been happening, If it happened here in Chicago at Burr Oak, I bet you I'm willing to go out on the limb here and say that probably happens in other places too. And
Yeah,
we just don't know about it and haven't heard of it.
they just haven't been exposed yet.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that
Wherever
is.
you go, there's always going to be the element and the factor of the depravity of man. Somebody's going to do something depraved and undercurrent. And they're going to try to keep it in the cover of darkness. They don't want it to be exposed. And then eventually, if things are right and the time is right, it'll be exposed. It'll come to light. And I don't mean that in a spiritual way, but I mean like in real life, that's how stuff happens.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. Here, this is the first intro. Oh, you can't see this, DC. Remember, they got Faces of Death on Prime.
Yeah.
That was our first internet, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like whoever had that tape, it was like, yo, I got Faces of Death. Everybody couldn't wait to see that, man. Holy crap. Hey, this is the movie. Who was talking about this movie earlier? I didn't even know it was on Shudder. In a Violent Nature. Oh, good. I get to add this then. That's finally on my list. All right, good.
Oh,
good.
She said, I think skeleton body parts were being found throughout the grounds, and that opened up an investigation.
Jesus. It's like a Poltergeist, the ending of Poltergeist.
Oh, wow. Keeper says her father-in-law was caught up in that. Was he caught up in the one of the bodies that was found? I hate to ask. That's such a
or did he? Yeah, that's a tough question too. As you're asking, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Oh, what y'all talking about? Oh, excuse me, I'm back. What y'all talking about?
Macabre. That's a macabre question. This is dark. I'm sorry. I forget.
What was the name of the place, DC? Tell the story of this place.
Oh, Burr Oak Cemetery. Burr Oak Cemetery was a place where they were basically going in and robbing graves. Not only were they robbing graves, but they also were like moving people around. They were putting bodies on top of bodies. They would dig up a casket, get the casket, sell it back. They would sell a plot of land where your loved one was buried at and bury somebody else there and change the nameplate if nobody had been there in a while. So then you wouldn't even know, and then they would figure that you wouldn't be back to come see anyway.
Oh wow, I've heard several stories of few cemeteries doing stuff like that, where they were piling bodies on top of bodies and all kind of, like, I don't understand. That's crazy.
Oh, see, he said a couple of cemeteries did it, so it wasn't just them.
Nah, I've heard over the like where people were looking for their loved ones, and and they were told that's happened. I want to say that's happened here in Connecticut at some point somewhere.
Mm.
Well, I mean, it's corruption, right? If you got places that either getting lazy or trying to get more of that revenue in, they're going to start cutting those corners, right? Unfortunately. So
yeah.
And it is a business. These guys, one of my coworkers was sharing a story where he talked about, how he stayed after his mother's funeral, and when they were putting the casket in the ground, they're like, it's like a machine, and they're stomping on the casket trying to get it to fit in right. And if he was just like, he couldn't believe that, but when a lot of times, and he wasn't like right there. He just kind of sat around in his car where everybody left, and I don't even know if they knew he was there, but
right. But they was getting the business done. They
were trying. They're trying to get it. But as soon as we get this body in the ground, we can get out of here. And
we got a couple more today that we got to do. So let's go ahead and let's break it down, boys. Like it's another day in the office.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you're like, hey, he's like, yo, that's my mother. Like, what y'all doing? But I don't know, man.
Yeah, I've seen enough of those to see that it's very much a business, and from both sides, it makes you realize a couple of things that, life kind of goes on, for other people, I've seen the tractors come in and put dirt and fill up stuff, and you're just like, damn, just like that.
Yeah.
in view of the family and stuff too. They probably knew it was there, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's one of those things.
Well, that's why I say enjoy. Just enjoy your life. Because we all going somewhere, some way, somehow, whether you're getting cremated or you're going in the ground, whatever the case is. So while we here, enjoy it.
Don't put me back in this earth.
I tell my people, just long as don't listen, I got property, I got savings, I got investments, I got 403b. Like I got take some money, take a month off. Don't let them convince you that I need to be in a chariot with horses. And no. The basic box. If you're gonna bury me, basic box, put me down. If you're gonna cremate me, that's even better because that'll be cheaper. But don't let anybody convince you that you need to spend $20,000 on a funeral. If the cheapest cost is 10, do 10. If the cheapest cost is 5, do 5. But don't.
Yeah, they're saying basic ones between 9 and 13,000 these days. Yeah. For if you're gonna get buried, all of that.
And of course, we're right up Defrauding's alley, talking about death and rotting flesh.
Right.
I was just messing with you.
Don't let them tell you need the special finish on the coffin.
You don't. You just don't.
Finish you need on there. Blah, blah,
yeah,
blah, blah.
Like listen, I walk around with t-shirts and basketball shorts and slides most of the time. You know better than putting, that ain't me. So don't do anything that I don't do it.
Now all of a sudden they want to give you the best.
Yeah,
they want. I feel like it's to make them feel better. Like just get them a gold-plated caskets with.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Put them in a mausoleum with marble floors.
Don't take me to the strip club and have me parading me around with my what's that formaldehyde-filled body dancing around.
Yeah. You don't want the Weekend at Bernie's treatment.
No.
I saw the way they doing it now. Like they got them doing whole DJ parties and stuff now. I was like, what?
And my middle name is Bernard, so Weekend at Bernie's might be fitting.
Hey, Jill, that's cool. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by.
They're doing burial now where they bring people into the house, right? And then they basically have everybody playing one last card game with the body or whatever. And I was like, really?
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what that makes me think of, man? how crazy the kids and so-called gangster dudes are these days, where they don't even respect the dead no more, man. They're beating on coffins and showing up at funerals and doing all sorts of nonsense, desecrating the graves and the stones and all that now. Holy. Have you seen that?
No.
Oh man, it's big on social media. That's how they do the ultimate disrespect to the ops now.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
After they get shot, killed, they go over there to the place and try to dig them up. They desecrate the grave, all kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just. Is it? I mean, there's nothing else to do in gangster land, man. You got time to do that? You got to dig him up, and it's not enough that he's not here. And you know, the one thing about death is that, you know, we focus on the person that passed away, but depending on the person and who they affected, there's a ripple effect of people, whether it be kids, mothers, aunts, uncles, whatever. Some of these guys, even if you look at like somebody who may have caused destruction in the neighborhood or may have done drills themselves, like they also feed people. They also they'll give you their family the shirt off their back. So from the standpoint of the people that they've been there for, they don't look at them like us on the outside looking at like, well, he was into the street, so, you know, hey, that, you know, it's a ripple effect. So I try to be respectful either way. What, you know, I don't know everybody's story, but I just try to be respectful. I don't care how much I don't like you. I'm not going, you know, digging you up and all that stuff. That sounds crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Here in Chicago, about 15 years ago, a tradition had started that was even worse than that. What would happen is when people used to go to the funeral, there was a place called Gatlin's over in the hundreds. Somebody would get killed from that gang life or whatever. People would go to the funeral and then they would do a drive-by on the funeral because they figured that there was more ops there at the funeral as well. Like it was friends of the family members that might have been in the rival gang. So they figured, why not let's do a drive-by on the actual funeral and we can get some more people at the same time.
Yeah.
So that was the thing here in Chicago. I don't know if it's still going on. I try to remove myself from all kinds of stuff like that as much as I can.
And you like, it's like, damn, when is enough, yo? Oh my God.
I guess, you know, hey, you can do that. Look what I could do. I don't know. But like you were talking about relating to the real life horrors, like there are stories there, man. There are stories there for people to be able to, you know, you can write, and growing up where you grew up, there's a whole damn book actually, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Real life horrors, man. Like we had mentioned one earlier. I'm not going to bring the whole thing back up, man, but if you do get a chance, when we start talking about stuff and call them urban horrors, there's a real one in there. A story of, you ever watch the show I Survived?
Yeah, I've seen that. Like natural disaster. I was driving out, but I was listening to you guys talking about.
Okay, yeah. So that one, just the craziness of the things that happen a while. And you know, you can label the perpetrators, you know, the people that do this stuff, as monsters, man. Those are real life monsters.
Yeah. That look like you and us, but they don't think like you and us. Like
at all. And that's what that's another thing that makes it so scary. They walk amongst us, man. Walk amongst us, you know.
But then they not just walk amongst, they look like you. You ever see I don't know, is it a horror movie? Yeah, I guess it's a sci-fi. They Live.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say another one. Yeah. Roddy Piper.
Yeah, yep. And is it Keith David or David Keith? There's two guys.
Keith David.
There's actors that have one of them black and the other one's white, but they have opposite names. But yeah, that was with, like, you know, you You see the world how you see it, and it's almost like a precursor to the Matrix. You put those glasses on, and then you start to see all the signs, and you start to see all the things that the average person doesn't see.
All the subliminals and
because the glasses are on now. You took the what was it? The red pill now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good mix with that.
Yeah, I probably spent a lot of my youth and early teenage years trying to escape, reality. So I would watch any damn movie, and it carried over to adulthood. To be fair, I love like this thing you playing here, Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Yeah, I fuck with that.
Oh yeah, play that. Yeah, that's fun.
Oh yeah, DC, that's your game, man.
Yeah, that's one of the games I play. I've stopped playing it now because it's not as fun as the other one, Dead by Daylight. But yeah, Killer Clowns. I like that movie. That was one of those hilarious movies. I feel like that just had a nice little horror theme. Yeah.
Like Chopping Mall, like any of those other ones in there. House, I liked House. This is I love this movie, The Return of the Living Dead. So this is the other guy, the two guys that wrote Night of the Living Dead. One guy was George A. Romero. He got the rights to The Dead, so Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, and the other guy got the rights to Living Dead. So the rest of his movies are all called whatever of the Living Dead, of the Living Dead. So those two, that's when that fork in the road had happened. Right?
I remember these two characters, man.
and Miguel Nunez.
Yeah, he was in one of the
Friday
13 movies.
Yeah,
he's been around. He had that Jerry curl, man.
Yeah, man. I really like that dude. He was well rounded, and he's been around forever, man.
Yeah, and one of the main characters in this played Tommy Jarvis in the I want to say Friday the 13th Part 6. The young guy.
Yes.
The one that was wanted to eat his girlfriend's brains or whatever. But yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of connections with a lot of the movies and stuff, and a lot of I'd say the greatest actors, but the more popular actors, their start was in a lot of horror movies, like Johnny Depp.
Yeah, Johnny Depp, Nightmare on Elm Street, Kevin Bacon, and the first Friday the 13th.
Was it the first one?
Yeah, because I love Friday the 13th movies, so he definitely was in the first one. Because the second one,
when you were watching them, were you able to follow? Because they changed the actors and stuff. I didn't even know they were so connected until like later in life. I didn't know they switched like Corey.
Corey. Because not Corey Haim. It was Corey. The other Corey.
What the hell is his name?
Because Corey Haim passed away.
It's the other Corey. You know who the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But they switched him out. I didn't know that he was supposed to be a continuation. The next guy was a continuation of him.
Yeah, Tommy Jarvis. So like the characters though. So when you watching them, they give you, they'll tell you they give you like the little Corey Feldman. Yes, I see Ms. Murphy.
Yes.
They give you like a little bit of they give you the backstory. But yeah, it was he was supposed to be Tommy Jarvis as a teenager, and then because they switched Tommy Jarvis role out to another guy, and then Part 5, which was I don't understand. I guess they just wanted to continue the money train or continue to give fans some stuff, but creating a part where Jason was, because but after 3 with the hockey mask, Jason was Friday the 13th. He picked up in Part 2 with what they call Baghead or whatever, Sackhead with the one eye.
Looked like the Texas Sundown Texas movie.
When you watch the documentaries, they definitely tell you they pay homage or they steal ideas from some of these other movies.
Oh, is that right?
But the hockey mask was iconic. So when he got the hockey mask in Part 3, all the movies became about Jason. And
that's true.
Once the hockey mask came into play, everything was about Jason.
Yeah, people forgot it was about Part 3 when Jason really started to kick off. He had 2 movies before that.
Yeah, he got the mask. He was like I said, he had that sack over his head and the potato sack with the one eye. Yeah.
You know, one eye about, you're right, man.
Yeah, it only had one eye in the damn thing. But when you saw his face, you understood why. Maybe I guess the other eye didn't work. But the hockey mask became iconic. You know what I'm saying? Like Freddy Krueger, the green and red sweater with the knives, the glove that became in the hat. Like when you saw that, like your thumbnail, like you know what I'm saying? I was like,
oh yeah.
What's the homie doing? I said, what's the homie doing? Let me tell. I'm in the car. I'm like, oh man, I'm listening to y'all talk. I'm like, yo, I gotta get home and I gotta get in on this because I've been, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I want to do something for Halloween. I'm gonna do like I promise you, when you're done, I'm going right into my Canva and right into I'm gonna create something, and maybe the next 2 days I'll do like a quick little trailer or something like that. But I'm inspired. I was on the fence about it, but because you don't know what people are into, and but I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. What am I into? I like horror movies. I like all kind of movies. I'm gonna do something for Halloween. So.
I didn't know either, man, but I was just like, you know what? I'm going to just talk about little movies that I like, and a couple people step up. That'll be awesome. You know, if they do, if they don't, you know, still same way, man. So I'm like, you know, Defrauding Charlatans, he came up. He was like, yeah, do that. And he had great stories, man. I honestly thought this was going to be like half an hour.
You 4 hours in, bro.
4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours in. That's the beauty of this thing, man. You know, connecting. I think this is what it's for anyway. I know it could be used in other ways, but I have no idea where you are.
Mm-hmm.
You have unless I say you have no idea where I am, unless Defrauding says nobody knows where anybody is. But the fact of the matter is we have shared experiences, and I would say movies. I would say music is probably like the number one thing that I've seen, like a good song at a good concert will bring people together. People forget everything. So music and like natural disasters, like bring people together. I have a friend out in Asheville, North Carolina, and she's got like no power. You know, we're in this group and she's messaging us to make sure she's okay. But she was like amazed at how many people are coming together, trying to make sure people, you don't have hot water, they don't have lights, but people are bringing food to each other. Like there are things that connect us. I think movies, music, and unfortunately, like natural disasters or disasters bring us together. And you connected tonight with the movies, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, definitely. So we'll see. I think I might close it up in a little bit.
All right.
Get a few Z's before work.
I'll hop
definitely.
Down, bro.
All right. Appreciate you coming up, man. And let us know when you've been missing for a while. So I have to reach out and be like, you're all right.
I saw that. I was like, yeah, man, I've been grinding, man. But I'm gonna like I said, I'm going as soon as I'm gonna hop down now, but I'm going up into my lab. I'm gonna turn the AC on up here because it's hot up here. Turn the AC on. I'm going into Canva. I'm gonna start messing around, and I'm gonna come up with something in the next couple of days to do like maybe like a announcement trailer, and then I'll probably go live before that. But I'm gonna put the Halloween thing out there long enough to where, But I'm like you, 2 people come in, we got that combo. So I appreciate your last call.
Definitely.
Thank you for having me.
Definitely. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for everybody here. Let me use my sound effects. There you go. All right. No, seriously. Thank you for everybody coming out. It sounds corny. When you get it, you're all excited. It's just more like play it for myself. It's like, hey, I got these sound effects and whatnot. Hopefully I could incorporate that in. If you didn't hear my little music, see if it's still playing over here. We have a few more weeks of Halloween stuff to do, man. And again, I just wanted to jump on and kind of, get it started. I didn't really want to start with any list or anything because as you could see, the list become crazy with how many things you could do with it, how many subgenres there are and everything too, right? So definitely we have to do that. We have to expand. There's so much more. And I definitely thank you, Defrauding Charlatans, especially putting the social aspect in it as well. Totally awesome, man. Went a lot deeper than I thought we would with this conversation. And yeah, I'm definitely going to be going back through this with some of the things that we discussed, man. So that is, thank you for those contributions. Also, everybody who came by, Keeper, Jill for stopping by, a brother of a certain age. Appreciate you stopping by as always. Mrs. Murphy, or Murph, sorry. You subbed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the new subs, man. Helping me grow a little bit. We're going to do this for sure. That definitely felt good being able to do that and connecting with people, man. So again, am I missing any names for anybody that came in here? I know there was one more person, Critical, I believe was the name that I know I'm messing up right now. Forgive me. I hope you subscribe too, and I'll definitely catch your name there as well. All right. The Critical Chronicles of YM, I believe, if I'm saying that right. All right. Definitely hang on for things that we're doing in the future. Please give me some notice for whatever you're doing so I could jump on there or at least be in the chat too. And yeah, happy October.